Tell me true, is the sky cloudy or blue? Are your feet cold, must be snow? Are they hot, then sun's aglow? You don't meow just for fun, you predict rain or sun. No app or pro can match your grace, you're the forecast with a furry face. If your back is damp today, I'll grab my coat and be on my way. If you're dry and warm, I'm set, you're my fuzzy weather vet. No Doppler radar, no TV fuss, just whiskers, paws, and lots of trust. Forget the news, I don't need that, I got a psychic purring cat. No umbrella, I'll take a bet, you're never wrong. My favorite pet, who needs a pro in a weather blouse when there's a pussycat in the house? Don't meow just for fun, you predict rain or sun. No app or pro can match your grace, you're the forecast with a furry face. If your back is damp today, I'll grab my coat and be on my way. If you're dry and warm, I'm set, you're my fuzzy weather vet. No Doppler radar, no TV fuss, just whiskers, paws, and lots of trust. Forget the news, I don't need that, I got a psychic purring cat. No umbrella, I'll take a bet, you're never wrong. My favorite pet, who needs a pro in a weather blouse when there's a pussycat in the house? Doppler raise a cat in the house.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And welcome to Friday the 13th, day of the Karen retrial. Will Bukaki blow his load early, or will he give us the blue balls by dragging it out? I think that's the most sexual puns I can come up with in an intro. Jamie, this is what happens when you don't stream with me. The trolls on Twit-Twat is very grumpy today. Yes, I have noticed how they really want to do the, hey, she deleted the ring cam, even though the best police department in the world, because that's what they believe the CPD and the MSP must be, last year testified that Ring said no one tampered with the ring cam, and the only thing that had access to that Ring account was John's phone. So this is the problem they constantly get painted into the corner with, because they really want to go by, kind of like when I had Plevin on. Plevin has three things he will say all the time. You believe it's a conspiracy, Turtle Boy, and DNA. But again, he can't argue those points because he doesn't understand what mitochondrial DNA is. He doesn't understand that Turtle Boy doesn't matter. And I don't believe in any conspiracies. I just believe Karen Reed is innocent because there's no physical evidence tying her to hitting John O'Keefe with a car. But all these people, because just like we do, we sit in our echo chamber and say, yeah, sounds right, because I think the same thing. They constantly sit and listen to Caffey Daffy, Plevin, Krusty. There's this weird... Can we talk about that twisted tragedy? I don't know. Is lead paint a big staple in Massachusetts, and do you all eat it for breakfast? Because I'm not saying that they are low IQ. I'm just saying that little funny hat you get when you get a degree is not what's making them flat-footed, because they are not sending their best. Hey, Stacy. I hope it's a I always complain when Bev did half days, but I kind of need one now because it's been 3 weeks and it's a lot of talking, sitting here talking about the same thing. So I could use half a day in front of the television. I don't get to watch any television because I do recap videos in the morning and I research stuff. Well, I don't. I just read what Jemima and Marissa sends me. But I do actually go around and try and get some other inputs to it as well. So I could use half a day where I can watch a football match or do something other than just sit here on my big old behind. Hey RJ. How's long till Valhalla wakes up? He's a visit, Harry. The aunties are nuts. I saw who was it? I think it was Wendy, my favorite lawyer in the whole world, and one of the best lawyers, who I think personally Trump should put on the Supreme Court, say yesterday that court TV only makes money when they are against the prosecution. Well, they haven't made any money in the Karen Reed case then because they had all the idiots on talking about how guilty she is without any proof. Talk about Jamie. Well, thinking what is it? Friday 13th today. It could be with me. Everything gone wrong, lol. Oh, real. Everything's going wrong, and you realized it was day 13. Yeah. I was so smart. I ordered in Denmark. If you want to go to the city and get something, you have to order a time. And I thought I had ordered a time for today. So I was down there and I was putting in my phone number. Nothing came up, and I was like, fuck, hey Tennessee, helvete. And then looked on my confirmation email, and I ordered a time for next Friday. It's for my international driver's license, so I can have beer served. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, Nick. Well, good afternoon, Sue and Helen from Holland. A lot of cross amnesia. Are you asking me a question? Yeah. When he said, if you or when you, it's probably a question. And can we talk about something? Fix that ceiling. Again, you laminated evidence yesterday. You should have enough money to fix your cracked ceiling. Or at least give it a new coat of paint. Tardiness everywhere. It's pretty good, Brendan. The weather is pretty good in Denmark as well. Someone sent me the Canton audit to excuse U.S. collected evidence. Oh yeah, because that audit that was very narrow and had so many, you must only do this and you can't get any money, was absolutely objective. No, it's not. Hey, Amanda Evans. The stupidity annoys me. I hate. I have to mute them. I like them because I'll just tell them they eat lead paint. It could be fun if OnlyFan, when Karen Reed is found innocent and it just crashed down, boom. Of course, totally missing anyone underneath it. Talk about missing. The one who never miss.
Well, I try not to.
Thank you, Joy.
My t-shirt.
#1 fan super sticker.
Baker, you have to read the shirt.
People are particularly stupid today. I can't talk to any more of them. I have that same. Let me be honest. I don't mind it's Saturday tomorrow and we take our day off.
I never thought I'd be one to beg for a half day because we were complaining about so many half days, but I could really use a Bev lack of motivation day.
Yeah, just go to the Cape, have some White Claws.
Yeah. Bev, you deserve it. You are a queen. You need to, treat yourself. Self-care is so important, Bev.
Let your hair out. Give the roots some air.
Cut your bangs,
Finally got John DePetro to block me all over the Turtle Boy video from yesterday, of all things. Funny thing, did everyone see that clip going around? I didn't notice
No.
it. Maybe I can find it. I just saw. Yeah, here it is. I hate this. I have to put it over on this one, and then I have to embiggen it. I have to share this one instead, and then I have to do this. Notice this guy.
What was he taking a picture of?
I don't know if he's taking a picture of the jury, but he looks up right before he takes his phone up. This is
And
during a sidebar yesterday.
he has it in landscape and not profile, so I mean,
It looks like he's filming across but I don't know. It's just speculation. I saw some people talk about it yesterday, and I thought, oh, that kind of do look like he might be filming something in court. I don't know if he was filming. I don't know. All I know is I saw that video, and it could potentially look like someone was doing a sneaky little, like a creepy old guy at the beach.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, but it also could be something completely benign. And we're just all looking for something.
But apparently he blocked the guy who shared it. Who's this guy? It's a guy who I think he's like a old radio guy, and then he kind of got into the YouTube business because was he the guy who got fired for flunking his numbers? I think Jemima knows more about his background, but I think he flunked some numbers or something with his radio show. So yeah.
Are we having a sidebar, or are we just going on Bev time?
It's only 4 minutes past. Come on now. Yeah, he puffed his stats. Thoughts on Turtle Boy last night? Way too late. He should accommodate me more. That's my thoughts on the Turtle Boy every show. Because he starts at 3 a.m. my time or 4 a.m. Good morning, Geeky Boots. Looks like he could be watching a stream. It could be either that but again, I don't think they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, it would be odd to be listening to something else when your sole purpose there is to give impressions of the court.
Yeah, and I don't know.
That being said, was it during the time that the lady with the headscarf was on? Because he might have been watching a movie.
No, this was yesterday. Doing a sidebar yesterday. I don't know. It had a decent amount of viewers, so I don't know. Yeah, I know he was on Kurt. Kurt was promoting it heavily, but again, I think it started at 2 a.m. my time, so ain't no chance I'm watching that. Well, you could watch it on replay, but I also do have to watch 4 other replays and do my own replays and find a gym. So, and let's be honest. We really don't want to watch too much talking about this trial because we've been doing it for 7
No.
hours a day.
Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah, and Brennan doesn't want to call the lead detective, but it will be calling both kids to say they were adults in a relationship, because this is what they testified to last year. They will try and claim that they have access to she had access to the Ring camera, but they had no knowledge of that. And we know from Ring themselves that there was just one unit accessing the Ring camera, which was John O'Keefe's phone. Actually, John O'Keefe's phone, because it wasn't in a Faraday bag, it kept receiving notifications from Ring.
Yeah, and that's where the defense really needs to point that out, that Karen didn't have access to any Ring camera, because it's been alluded to twice now, because Peg sort of alluded to her doing something nefarious when she was up in the master bedroom, and now this.
Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have let her up there. But they also conveniently forgot that Paul O'Keefe had made a deal with her to come over.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They do need to. I would agree that Higgins and Proctor will be needed to be called by the defense.
I don't know if, again, this might be an unpopular opinion, but as someone who has not been as deep into this case, I wouldn't bring any Albert up. I would bring Proctor.
I would bring
and
Higgins because she have had a little fling with him, which gives him a lot of the way he approaches it gives him a lot of motive.
That's what he is the more viable person to me, is what I'm saying.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jerry.
Again, they don't rise for Bev, they rise for the office. It's kind of like in the army, you don't salute the man, you salute the rank.
Happy Friday.
No, they should call Proctor. They need to get in how biased he was against her. They are going with a Bowden defense. A Bowden defense is a lack of investigation by the Commonwealth. They need to bring him in to show that he was highly biased against Karen Reed, looking through her phones, looking for nudes, sharing all of that with his friends. So my pause game is always on point. She looks like a fat beaver seeing a big old log.
You remember that woodchuck from Full House, the puppet?
Yes.
Woody? Was it Woody the woodchuck?
Woody the woodchuck, yeah.
Just remember, a clean beaver gets more wood.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my
That's from
instructions
How I
in
Met Your Mother.
assessing those events you left yesterday? Everyone said yes or no. Were you also able to follow the instructions in refraining doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said
Yeah.
yes or no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief
I'll just see if they have CCs on another channel before Helen has to ask me.
and or black plastic? Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number.
Then go a little bit back, and I think we're ready to go.
With Brian Albert. And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No, I don't open links to Facebook and other places because I haven't gotten it installed, so I don't do that.
No.
We don't do that here.
You returned to the scene. You indicated on direct examination
it's-
on or about
My
February
Facebook
10th,
is my
2022,
personal.
to
I don't
conduct
have
yet
a
another search, correct?
business, so I
Yes.
don't want to f anything up.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some
Not
6
that I claim
pieces
you
of
would do it.
red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several.
It looks like
more
he's
than
going to
one.
prom.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let me.
Oh, I hate him.
Real quick.
Yeah,
Douchebag.
May I look up those notes? So you can actually let me front page that. That's what familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
wait. 14 pieces of glass. Did we see 14 pieces of glass in the first trial?
Of glass? No.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what.
Yeah, and where are the black pieces? They had pieces with black sealing on them. But we didn't see that much glass, as far as I remember.
No,
I thought it was just a couple pieces of glass. I thought it wasn't even the whole glass that they found.
yeah,
They found like 3 different sources of glass. They said plastic and glass, so it must be glass.
yeah, unless they're
No, because again, plastic and glass. So I don't know.
yeah, but this is assuming, Baker, like you always tell me, you're assuming that Butnick is smart and understands that there's a difference and when to use it.
Well, I'm going to need to see it all in a report. Yeah, he's doing the Jen McCabe's. Well, let's see.
Every piece of evidence is
Thank you,
important.
Brendan.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of.
So your answer is no. I can't tell you exactly
No.
where it was found because we didn't do our job.
January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah, 5 by 10, general area.
7 by 7.
But would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the
jaw.
bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the
Did you
pieces
just make
were
it three-dimensional
within that general
somehow?
area.
But you
So it was 10
They
by
dug
10
down
by
3
3.
feet? That's a formula for volume, not area.
Oh, it was 3 feet of snow he had to dig through in a 10 by 10 area.
That makes sense.
Come on
I
now.
suppose.
The melted snow, still because they had seen snow earlier, was in the 10 by 10 area in his mind. Oh.
Sir, what, if any, would you laminate the scene so we could
Did you
remember
laminate
it?
the front lawn?
Yeah.
You were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing, and we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I
Where?
wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
Presuming. It means that you haven't fully
Right.
tested your hypothesis.
I was there
you giant
recovering the evidence,
douche.
yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing
Of course not.
assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to
I really don't want to answer your question. Can we get a
suggest
new
what
one?
happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together
Yeah.
into the case.
Yep.
Use the word to
You
suggest.
did
what
yesterday.
happened,
I don't know why that would change.
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
Sorry.
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
Yes.
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer
not
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So
How many words have you not known
You
in the last 2
theorized
days?
That there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So
Why didn't
utilizing
you write that down?
information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is a cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's of injuries presented a certain way, and we learn more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and
Oh, this is good for the
collect
defense, I think.
evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
Yes, that's how a good investigation goes, Yuri.
You were working off of a theory, correct?
Not a single person says
We
that
were
those
working off a
injuries
report of
are
an injured,
consistent with a car accident.
male party,
pedestrian
and then we
vehicle car
developed
accident.
the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So
Baker,
if you
we
can
need you
bring
to
up
get
the
in on
Webster's
this.
Dictionary, I can read it
He's
out.
trying to bring up the foreign card. You can speak to it personally.
To define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago, we're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means? Yes.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
Fire.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting with cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could pull your cell phone out and take photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report
I
that
hate 'em.
documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on
All
the
right,
property
where are my
these
Mike
20
and
odd
Ikes?
items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it?
No, it doesn't say where you found them, you
That's what the
moron.
report says.
That's what
What I
he's
just said.
pointing out.
that's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
This is all I see. I can't get it out of my head, yo.
Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
He'd make the cute mushroom.
Please don't talk about mushrooms or bukkake in the same sentence.
Oh, fair point. Sorry.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it,
You missed it,
and
by the way.
general
Yeah, sorry, my phone rang, so I had to go. What did I miss?
He'll have us all know that English is his third language.
Yes, Baker. He was
Hey.
like, so Jackson was like, do I need to get you an American dictionary so you understand what this word means? I was like, Baker, come speak to this. You have the card. You have the foreigner privilege. You can speak to this.
I can hack it a bit in Neradanasumi Ukrainsky. I don't know if that's Bosnian. It's kind of I think
Close
it's kind
enough.
of the same.
Close enough.
description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and included in evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Oh, Hank, did you just realize that your investigators suck? Also, probably shouldn't use that word with him, too.
May I approach John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would.
A lot of people are saying it on Twitter right now
the
that he
exact
listens to me
location
and
where
Plevin.
these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
We publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of the evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what is it?
And Jason JJJ, thank you for the $5. I've been trying to pay cops if they'll tell me the 5 elements of the First Amendment. Not one cop knows them. This is why cops are deemed uneducated. Well, to be very fair, I don't know all 5. off the top of my head, or even that there were 5. So there you go. But I'm also not pretending
no
to be a
polka
police officer.
dots unless it's a bikini or an apron. You can only
Dusty
bring a
Rhodes would
cow
beg to differ.
upstairs, not downstairs. The 5-second rule. Who smelt it, dealt it. And the last one, only the second port on birthdays.
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No,
I
did
got
not.
them all. That makes me happy.
Who did?
That makes me happy. I got them all.
I do not know.
Petition took me a
Who
little bit to come up with,
did?
but I got there before I read it.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I didn't.
It's your name. It literally says your name on it. Collected by
Yeah.
Sergeant Bukaki.
Well, but is there a because that could have been collected by, but did he hand it off to someone else to bag? So there might be different initial points on the bottom.
Well,
I
then he
don't
should know
know.
who collected it.
He
There's no
doesn't
chain
know
of
what
custody on
theory
any
he-
piece of evidence in this case.
Did.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time.
Told
so
who?
Someone else wrote
Who?
the information.
Who?
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, you said told
No,
him.
sir.
Told
What you
him.
said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him.
He
And
said,
you don't
bagged
know
it, turned it over,
who
and
you
told
turned it
him.
over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Nope.
Them.
Okay.
Whoever.
Bullshit. You don't even know who you gave it to? Are you? Ugh. It's too early.
Valhalla,
Too early. Too early.
go to the gas station, get you some
I do not
Iconites.
know.
Look.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and
I
what
told
time.
him.
So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
In any other case, none of this would have been allowed in because no one can verify. And the same, it says 6 pieces of red glass, black plastic. So is it 6 pieces in total, 6 pieces of each? Again, this is not how
Also-
you do your evidence work.
Baker, would it make sense to write on the bag before you open it?
Yes, I at least fill out the basics and say your name and yeah, I would when it's flat and there's nothing in there that can mess up your writing. I write enough like a doctor even without stuff underneath. So yeah, it's called authentication, not verification. But you're right. Without authentication, none of this should be admitted. Yeah, and again. There's no one who can testify if this is real. Because this
Yeah,
guy
that's-
don't even know if it's the same piece of evidence he turned in.
And that goes for pretty much every piece of evidence in this case. It's not like it's a one-off. Literally everything was done this way.
Yeah.
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them. Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no
Objection to the
comments, okay, just
commentary.
question.
I apologize. You know my last comment.
He's not sorry.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a
Don't
trusted
respect those Goombas. Got you a better one. I saw that
member of your unit and
image,
a part of the
Stingy. It's
investigative
terrifying.
team?
Thank you,
You
though.
can't tell these jurors who it was. How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today,
Whoever that guy was.
do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
Everyone?
Yeah.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember
Thanks, Bev.
turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger,
Yeah.
right?
Dang it, when you fall into a trap because you're stupid.
Yeah. Don't think on your feet. You're not smart enough.
I'm pretty
You-
sure they've been coached to say that if they don't remember, it's kind of got to go away, right? Like if nothing refreshes their memory, then they can't get into it. And I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Brennan's been.
But he
telling
gets to
everybody.
ask the questions in front of the jury, and this numbnut should just say, yeah, it's Michael Proctor. Ha, that idiot. Yeah, he got kicked out, but I stand by every piece of evidence. I stand by
Yeah,
every
because-
part of the investigation. He was just a bad cop in the background, but I am clean as a whistle. Everything I touched is 100% done by the standards. Yes, he didn't like Mr. Yannetti. Yes, he didn't like the defendant, but I never let his biases influence my work. See how easy you could do this? But no, I'm a smart Goomba.
Well, here's the problem. As a jury member who, let's say, I can take myself and go back to not knowing anything, the fact that they are so unwilling to talk about Proctor makes me think that, like, because up to now, we just know that he sends some inappropriate text. But the more saying, no, he didn't touch this. No, I did everything while holding his hand. It makes him seem like, okay, they are hiding something from me. And this is going to make me clue in more when the defense brings his name up, because now I'm going to hear the full story. It's highlighting Proctor when they should have just brought him in on this, day 13, got all the bad facts out there and let it go. But they are hurting themselves more, in my opinion, with this.
It's just showing that they don't want to be truthful because they had a shitty investigation.
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Oh, sorry. I know he watches my channel, so don't mind this, Yuri.
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on
Gotcha,
notes,
bitch.
things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Thank you, Eb.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Do we have a sample of Proctor's handwriting? Or
I think
multiple
everyone
samples?
everyone thinks that defense
Take a
will
look at
call
that document
Proctor.
and tell me if you recognize
They have
it.
to.
They need him in there.
He's
He
pivotal.
almost
The
sounds
whole
like
thing or just the
he
front
got
page?
No, just
a
what
really
tell me
bad
if you
phone
recognize
call last
generally
night.
what that is.
You know what I mean? He almost sounds like
He's
the
not as
course of his
smug.
career just changed. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone is beginning to tag Massachusetts State Police when they're talking bad about it on Twitter right now.
Good. Mr. O'Keefe's here today.
Yeah, Mr. O'Keefe is here finally.
Oh,
He looks like
glad
he's been
out.
he's aged 10 years since last year.
It
Yeah.
appears to be a bunch
feel
of
sorry for him.
handwritten notes
I
from
feel so bad for him.
possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might
You know, can we just, at this point, even Bev should say, hey, I'm going to send the jury out and then tell him, stop this now. You have been working with this guy. You were his supervisor. Stop doing this dancing around the hot porridge, as we say in Denmark. Just get to the point.
I like
Because
that
this is
colloquialism.
ridiculous.
suggested these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained.
He did say it.
Questions, please.
Sure.
Right?
Questions, please. Control your witness,
A
Bev.
series of my Proctor notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, in terms of the first tab, there's a purple tab.
Dancing around the hot porridge is because it's too hot to eat, so you're waiting. It means that you can't decide. I actually was doing Danisms today, but it's too much work, so I didn't want to do it.
Some of these came off.
That's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do you see a highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
Yeah, and take Yuri Bukaki up there and say, could you just stop being an idiot?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, there's a lot he's not allowed to
In the
ask about.
ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
Agreed.
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the
it's
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So
To who?
now it's hearsay information being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. That's at least reality.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
Somebody wrote it down, so I
I
had
do
to
not
have told
remember
them.
specifically who I talked to. No.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February
How
10th,
do you know?
2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
Detailed? No,
I hate
that's
him
not.
so much.
You
I
have
hate him so
details
much.
on there. It is not detailed. We agreed. This is English. Let's stick with it. You have details on there. It is not detailed.
Again,
I'm going to need to.
I can't remember who I gave it to, but I can remember I gave them exact informations. No.
It's the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I remember having a conversation where I told this person specifically what to write down on this bag. No idea who that person was, though.
Okay,
You're
this is a
fucking lawyer.
gajillion times worse than Jen claiming that she had a really unclear memory, but it has gotten clearer to the day because Jen's just a civilian moron. This man is like, I pay attention to all details. By the way, BT dubs don't know who I gave this to, but I was detailed.
This guy has the opposite. I know today that I knew everything back then, but I don't know it now. So you forgot everything, but you know that at that day you exactly did it the correct way. You can just not remember today what you did. Oh, fuck this guy.
Also,
A
Baker,
bag you didn't fill out.
to get Aperture to even have a faintest, foggiest F, what went on there, you would need detailed schematics, cross coordinates, of where all these pieces. A general vicinity is going to help F all with, complex and detailed physics. I may not be a mathologist, but I like science, and I do kind of know that you need to be precise.
Actually, we know from Trooper Paul, the debris field told him how it happened.
Oh, that's right. He can paint with all the
Correct.
colors of the crime.
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
This is worse than the first trial. They need to bring in some aces after this one.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2020.
Habla español. Snakker du engelsk? Sprechen Sie Englisch? Verstehen Sie Englisch? Parlez-vous anglais? Marana sumi angleski? The question was crystal clear. You are kicked from the third language
I'm
club.
Ich Berliner. Like, what are we?
Ich bin eine Berliner, but
Well,
still.
It's a donut.
But again,
What I
the
remember.
question was, do you know this wasn't put into evidence? It was collected. Stop
Oh my
fucking
God.
around. He should
No,
tell Bev right now, said, Bev, can you please instruct him? If he doesn't understand, tell me he doesn't understand, so I can so I can ask him to answer the question, because this is a travesty of justice. Having this fat fucker sitting there saying stuff like this. I'm sorry. It's Friday. I should be calm. It's a day off
No.
tomorrow. But this idiot is proving that actually his boss should be in the room right now writing his, you're gone. He can't understand a simple question.
no. This makes me terrified. I mean, because he doesn't seem to have the mental capacity to exchange oxygen for carbon dioxide without prompting, but from a shock collar.
Oh.
Too.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence
it was
log,
good cake.
things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not
So there is a record of it. No, you don't need that. That would be redundant. Fucking idiot.
claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
A document
It's
doesn't
not
suggest.
hieroglyphics, you numpty. I'm sorry, Baker. I keep shouting and I feel bad.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying,
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
this
With
is
my
the wrong
bags
day
not
to stop
helping.
sniffing glue.
Yes.
Yeah, where's the police policy procedural manual? Just have him read it. Yeah, and how can you claim you didn't do anything? Yeah, this is the big problem. Why didn't this idiot get fired?
Because you can't fire your entire police force because they all have the collective IQ of a 90-watt bulb added together and
I would say a
multiplied by 2.
7-watt. Well, I'm sorry I used, but I've seen the pictures of him and his brother. They are on the potato skin diet as well. As president of the Polyglot Cup, Baker is revoking Yuri's membership. Sadly, it may be the only justice we get. Eileen, I will be doing that.
Yes, he is excommunicated. The Church of Mo agrees.
Somehow he got to be Helicopter Boy. Yeah, but Helicopter Boy just needs to look good in his uniform and remember how to put his pins and needles on correctly. I know it's a
Can we
very...
move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just. I
Yeah,
think
you
I've
you
just
need to have this ready. I've said that a million times.
gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs.
Oh yeah, 5
Two
whole
documents here.
Could you
vacation
show
days.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
And Bev, don't get pissed off at Jackson. Yuri's over here saying that they're giving him fake documents, so they have to find his own handwritten
You can take a look at those two
biblical
documents and tell me whether or not
documents.
you recognize them.
Oh,
Marissa, please call court and tell Bev to shove it. In Minecraft, no threats against the judges, of course. We are not part of the entities.
nope. Though I'm saying if he one day gets a Darwin Award, I may laugh. But like I am not involved in him getting the Darwin Award. I just happen to read about it and giggle. Today, Junior. Today. No milk will ever be our milk.
I'm gonna leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the
From
log sheet
Billy
for the crime lab?
Madison, the teacher.
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Yes, in a different case, there was a bicycle pump found and registered. So you are not correct when you said nothing was put in. It's so stupid.
Damn it.
Bring me one serenitative.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items,
Baker, is he not understanding? Bev, these are not answering the questions that were asked.
Yeah,
Where's the
at this point, she should have said, hey, Mr. Yuri, this was a yes and no answer.
All right, we're going to need to get Borowski up in here.
Again, can we just... We are all in the echo chamber. We know how highly stupid this is. But for someone watching this for the first time, this comes off as, why the hell is he so combative? We are just yelling because we know he's lying. But imagine sitting here seeing this show for the first time. Why do he need to be this combative?
for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no...
Because technically he learned Ukrainian and Russian first. So it would be, it's kind of like me, I learned English and German and then, Danish and German and then English. But I speak English better than German now, so.
No indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, then I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the date that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone who we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes. No,
I'm
just
sorry.
to-
Mr.
just for
Brennan,
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but
Thanks, Alfred.
very generally in most
Welcome to
cases, yes.
Goldbergers.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is a standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Again, this is a biased take from a reporter who is pro Karen Reed. Jackson, do you want me to pull out a dictionary to get the definition of what the word theory means? Jury in the first seat closest to the witnesses is laughing. This is the first time I've seen any reaction from this juror. Smirky juror was shaking his head in disbelief. Suns out, guns out juror was openly smiling during this exchange. I'm a little shocked at how many jurors are openly reacting to testimony. It took a much longer time during the last trial to see them get comfortable enough to act. It's tense in here. Uninterested jurors smirked when Jackson asked if Bukaki, after testifying that he could not remember turning the evidence back over to the 4 troopers that he said out loud, could have handed it off to a stranger. Bukaki said it was a ridiculous question and the jury smirked. 4 jurors just laughed when Jackson said, "You didn't see me write that note. Canoni has asked for a sidebar. Jackson is trying to find the evidence log. Doesn't matter. Bukaki is looking at the docs he was given. We just saw that. I have a question. Bukaki turned the evidence back over to some member of the state police who filled out the evidence back, and now he says he turned it over to the DA. Did he get it back from a trooper and then give it to the DA, or did the trooper that he gave it to give it to the DA?" This is from Jessica Machado. She's pro Karen Reed. I will just label it so no one will come at me and say, "Well, you're clearly wrong."
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the
We don't
total
know.
pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
More than half.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low
it was a
pressure
blizzard.
cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th,
Sue, who is clearly not pro Karen Reed. A few jurors have a look on their face as Jackson leads Bukaki into a corner that they see what Jackson is doing. So these juries are still more stoic than the last trial. Funny, Machado had the totally opposite observation. And many are dedicated note takers who often have their heads down, but they are having two reactions to Bukaki's testimony on cross. What?
So, Police Chief Father Time with Mr. Magoo glasses during a rainstorm or precipitation of some level of degree saw a minuscule piece of red plastic while driving at 20 miles per hour, let's just say, in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah.
This makes all the sense.
It makes all the sense that we couldn't check the yard because there was so much snow. Because if I, who doesn't know anything about snow melting, as Plevin told me, know anything about melting snow, it goes away really fast when it rains on it.
when you did your final visit, made your final visit to...
Well, we have to also be aware of people's biases when they report. That's why I also say I am pro Karen Reed, so my biases are also showing.
Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, did he see it from that side of the road? That's even more impressive. Because that would be the opposite side of the road he saw it for if he's going to the intersection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dum, 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 dum.
Sir, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when finished?
The problem is we watched the first trial, so there's no way anyone who has 2 brain cells to rub together can. I could understand if they tried her for the OVI manslaughter. They could potentially try and make a case out of that. I wouldn't say it would stick, but I could see if they went with that.
Sir,
But no way second
what do
degree.
those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag and something else.
The first one,
And thank you to Floofy Cat for £2. It's nearly Catterday. Let the catnip flow. Thor will be happy with you. He likes to indulge like Cheech and
the
Chong.
evidence bag with some
Just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that.
on the bag. The date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
okay, what's the
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just general. I need to mark it for evidence.
I didn't pay much attention to the planting of taillights last time, but this guy is just shining a massive retarded spotlight on it. I don't know what this guy is doing other than just proving we did a really bad job. And this is the Bowden defense. This is why I said this guy is a pivotal witness in the case. And I like that AJ is attacking him this way instead of his attack last year, which was way more confrontational. Yes. And thank you, Hellfish Haven, for becoming a member. I like that he slowed down and he's just pointing out, you're too dumb. Come on now.
What's the second page?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Yeah, pull that out and say, and you didn't find this until 3 weeks later when the snow was gone?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page of evidence.
I know, but I would say I could understand if they tried to swing for an OVI manslaughter, because most cases people will just say, yes, she was drunk. But
Yeah.
going for the second degree because she didn't take a plea deal was a big old mistake.
The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduce this next one over A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
Thank you.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is
Look kind of the
labeled
same.
with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate to the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
It's actually collected
I believe
by
it
Trooper
says
Proctor.
2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number?
The
Item
LIMS.
number is 715.
This is ridiculous. This is great. Baker, if you're speaking to us, you're muted.
I'm yelling because my OCD can't handle they didn't put the ruler over so it lined up with this piece of plastic. We can't tell how wide it is because they started at 2 centimeters. You could slide it over so we could see it's a 15 centimeter wide piece of plastic that they couldn't find. Or for you Yanks, 6 inches, ladies.
More like 5 since it starts at the 3/4 of an inch mark.
No, but you just slide the ruler over. The ruler, if you move it to the right, will also measure. So
Yes,
so
but you
if
don't have to move it. You just subtract. From the
if you moved
front
it
tip
over so it started at 0 inches right here, you would know the exact length instead of starting at 3/4 of an. I hate.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There are several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use.
And just this is the length of the plastic they didn't find in the first 3 searches. Roughly the same size of where half the size of where John's injury were. This piece of plastic, probably the same length this way. Do I have another ruler? I do have another one.
Why do you have so many rulers by your computer, man?
Hey.
because he likes to cross coordinate his desk.
I am in a lot of DMs right now, so so this a piece of plastic this wide couldn't be found with the naked eye, but a piece of plastic this big was seen by a blind as a bat police investigator.
A septuagenarian with glaucoma. No, makes perfect sense. This makes sense. Also, you're crossing streams, Baker, and it's making me uncomfortable. No.
This is what they
how
want you to
bad
believe.
things happen.
This is what they think about it. If you're new to this case, a piece of plastic this big didn't show up in 4 inches of snow.
Seems unlikely.
Also, as the snow and the rain, you found all these 47 little microscopic pieces of glass,
Man,
but not
that's a
this
lot of
big
bullshit. Good thing we need some birds by this tree.
thing.
This is just. Can we?
That's
just
like
go
the
home?
size of your hand. Like that's the
I know
size of
this
like a
is
man's
this
hand.
is so obvious. I would notice it.
That's a giant piece of red illuminated plastic.
Yeah, let's just say this is
Reflective
the size
plastic.
of the piece of plastic in the ground. They didn't see till 3 weeks later.
Okay. And how is he going to explain? Well, it was raining on the day before. I mean, I wasn't.
Seeing.
I don't understand the question.
See,
Can you repeat it?
can you bring up a Webster's dictionary? Then I can understand what seeing means.
Baker, I'm having the terrifying thought that he watched the Theodore Edgecombe case on how to not answer questions.
Yeah, no wonder he was on Plastic Dog Patrol.
Alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with court's permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Jim,
Yes.
how big is that?
Now he remembers how many pieces there were and how many he collected.
At the whitest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the
What
6
the
inches is size of
medical,
Dollar Bill, right?
the
That's
crime
correct.
lab's trying to
It also
punk
looks like
you?
it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 and 7 inches, top to bottom.
Possibly a little bit more.
There's no optical illusion with the measure that we put
You
in
didn't see
there
this
to
item
measure
on February
things.
10th, you're there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Clark. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously.
How does he still have a job?
Think about who else did not see any of this. None of the people that
Are
left
you familiar with that
34 Fairview
document?
drove
When I
by
say
it
that's a
when
bad
it would
question,
have
let me
been
ask you a
laying in the
different
street
way.
before
You
the snow,
recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
or who stayed at the house
I
and
got to
left.
take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your
Every day.
first
Sure.
request.
Stupid fucking case.
So, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right. Baker, pause.
Can we just suggest that he gets fired now?
He should be fired. I can't
100%
believe this
Could
guy.
the defense present Google Earth pictures
Move to
of
publish,
their
Your Honor.
front lawn on those days to prove how little snow there was?
Sergeant,
If they had them,
same couple of
potentially.
questions, if we could.
But no, they would have to
Do you see a
verify
date
them.
of collection on this
Oh,
evidence envelope?
damn.
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
716.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
This is 7-8
A
inches
red
long. 7
piece of plastic.
inches long.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay. And
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest points?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please. The final page should be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, we can have the lights up here with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that
If they were
you obviously
excavated,
looked around the
then
area. You
would
talked
think
about the
they
general
shouldn't be
area.
there.
I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
Sorry.
See this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal.
What does theory mean? The natural recession of snow is totally cromulent third language words, but theory?
No, also he's been saying excavation like every 5 minutes. We carefully excavated, careful excavation. So that was your word. That is the reason Jackson picked it, you numpty.
Additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
You were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do much excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
What's with all the nose touching today?
Maybe to
I
signal
want to change gears for a second.
to Paul O'Keefe's
Sergeant, if
girlfriend.
it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th,
They did, and it fits, which is even more implausible.
2022,
Yeah.
had a, it could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from
It fits perfectly into her tail light, which is impossible.
With the exception of like 2 tiny little missing pieces.
Yeah, there's quarter-sized pieces missing, and it fits perfectly, which is impossible because there would be some gone missing after the street had been plowed. Go into the Discord and you can see the picture of where they found it.
his phone. Okay.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be 2 strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh, good. Get that
Yep.
out of the way. Bring that up. So Brennan wants this to be from him. Oh, she's trying to hide the relationship. Good thinking.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of
there
the
you go.
content.
Keep trying to hide it.
Yeah.
I'm
That'll
not
go
comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support
He is
that
so
label.
full of shit.
Do you remember
Oh
the text
my
message
God.
exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you
Why
remember any
isn't-
text message
Why is that
between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Why?
Why isn't there? It's there. He had them. Why can't they bring
Yeah,
it
he
up?
was given
Because
them.
Peggy wants to imply. Folks and Legos.
I'm sorry.
Was that Miss Little?
You deserve. Morgan & Morgan makes it so easily.
Go back to the courtroom.
I can have them. That'd be great.
I'm sorry.
No, that won't save time, actually. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
I don't know what that is. I will. We didn't need to go hear Lawn and Crim do something.
Well, so I think maybe they're getting ready to fully impeach him on a lot of stuff. So they have a lot of reports because they're going to have to go through the song and dance of, oh, is that authentic? Is this from, my hands only?
No, because they're going to make copies. No. Nothing about what was said. That's annoying. I can't see if can't see anyone updating what it was they were. She must have said something because they didn't turn on the audio, but we could see they.
Maybe the text can come in now, I guess, and they're making copies of them. I don't know.
They have to be able to come in, right?
You would think so, but Valhalla, we've how many times had this trial alone have we had this conversation of course these can come in.
You're not
And
wrong.
Bev's like, no, this isn't allowed.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Yannetti, keep the commentary to yourself.
Ugh. He's such an ass. Like he's just blatantly misleading.
He's not smart enough to play in word games with Jackson. So instead of looking erudite, instead of looking smart and, like he's fencing with another verbal master, he looks like he's hiding something.
The Floofy Cat. 3 months. Feline Friday. My overlords are smarter than him. Well, thank you so much. And you're not wrong. You're not
Nope. Dingus is smarter and he drinks from the potty.
But why do you want to keep the text messages out as the state? Because you want it to be a bombshell. That means you want to call Higgins to testify about how Wheat Whacker was hitting on you and how you didn't really like it. But again, she's a pretty girl. You found her a little bit interesting, but you knew, hey, brother to brother, you couldn't do it.
As a man, that's not how those texts read, by the way.
No, but this is what I'm saying, what the state wants to do.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is fucking up the state's case because they want to throw the bombshell. Oh, she was flirting with another man. But the defense did what the state should have done with Proctor. Take it directly in the face. Sometimes you just need to let the bukkake happen.
That's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt. Karen Reed, 2025.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and actually that is the big problem now. For if they go out and say, yeah, she was looking for attention, but who instantly turned on the cold water when John died? Higgins. He never replied to that text.
Almost like he already knew.
Yeah. So Holly, as I told you, Jen didn't call Nicole. It was a butt dial. Remember that? That's what she testified. She didn't call her. The rest of us do know she did call her, and it was an 8-second call that absolutely wasn't picked up, but still answered. So it was just a butt dial. Don't think about it.
See, and I kind of disagree with you, Baker. I don't think they were going to bring Higgins in at all. I don't think that this was something they wanted to be brought in, because it opens up just another can of worms, because then you have Higgins on the stand explaining how he totally, for military science reasons, took his phone SIM card to.
You need Higgins, because you need Higgins to
As the state, though?
Yeah.
Why do you need him as the state?
to see. I was at the house. No one saw John at the house, and I'm very trustworthy because I'm a DEA agent. They have mentioned him multiple times during the show. Who hasn't really been mentioned? Brian Albert, any of the
Fair
McCabe's. You need him to kind of bolster your defense that, yeah, we were out drinking with them earlier that night, and me and Brian Albert were going around the house. Nothing happened. And then I left because there was no more Jameson and Jen. Yeah. And my truck was parked there, and I didn't see anything. I think they were planning on bringing Higgins in, the kids to give you the wet corners of the eyes. Mercado wrote that it looked like Mr. O'Keefe is wearing a suit today, so he might be called, which I think would be a disaster. I think it would be
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
I didn't notice.
I think I saw that. If they're calling him, they didn't call him in the first trial. He looks like he's about to die.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Karen Reed took him to church because none of his deadbeat kids wanted to do it. Doing the coup. And you want to put this man up there who, in my opinion, and I am very highly biased, seems to be the only good person in the O'Keefe family. Want to put him up there to testify against the only lady who treated him well. And you want to put the kids on the stand, but you don't want to put your lead investigator up there. Tell me your case sucked without telling me your case sucked.
No shit.
I don't like the kids being up there at all.
You're gonna put the mom of the deceased individual, the children of the deceased individual, and possibly the father of the deceased individual, but not the lead investigator. Make it make sense.
ATF.
And also, why would we put them before we know how this man's died?
Me and Boogie is a new team, the third language club. No, it was just more of the same. I know speaky English. And yeah, it's totally cromulent that pieces of plastic that is, how much is 7 inches, other than being the average in Europe, ladies? I think it's 6 inches is 15 centimeters. I think it's like 18 centimeters. So pieces of plastic this wide wasn't seen until days later. We're talking about they had the leaf blower guys in the general area vicinity.
Down to the grass, y'all. Down to the grass.
Who didn't see pieces this big, but found pieces that were a couple of inches long. You have to be a moron, and sadly, there were morons on the last jury. You have to be a moron to find Karen Reed guilty.
Yeah, and it's not like red's a really noticeable color that would stand out against a white background or anything.
Nah.
High vis plastic with reflectors in it, so you see it if your light hits it.
You would almost need like plastic specifically made to be visible and stick out a little bit in order to see it in a white snow-covered background.
Welcome to the world of
Hey, Marissa.
Willfully blindness. Reiki, yeah. But let's talk about another problem. The last pieces, the biggest piece, again, the piece that was roughly this long, was found on the 18th. The 14th, they had a party at Fairview 34. Not one person in that house, and there was no snow, because I think I've seen pictures from the 11th where it's a high sunny day and people were out running. Not one person who were at that party hit one piece this long with their headlights.
You know what else I'm finding very suspicious, I guess? Why didn't anybody that lived in the house, because there's several people that live in the house, right?
Yeah.
Nicole
The
Albert,
bestest
Brian
detective
Albert,
ever.
Brian Albert Jr. He's got the other, how many other kids? 2 other kids that are in and out. One's in the Marines, one lives on the other side in a different town or whatever. But they're in 34 Fairview is a very active place, right? How come not a single person found any of those in the days following?
Yeah.
After the snow melted, they never were like, hey, there's a piece of taillight in my yard. I should call somebody and have them come get that. Not one, not a single piece was recovered or reported by the Alberts. And I find that very sus. Especially with all the communications between them and McCabe. Oh, the troopers are in your yard. I'll drive by and get a picture. They knew it was happening. They knew they were out there. They knew they were looking. They didn't find the 6-inch piece of plastic before Bukaki did on his drive to work, or before Chief Berkowitz did.
I don't know whose handwriting that is. Funny how
Why
his
does he have
twos
block
is the
letters
same.
and cursive numbers?
I don't know, but he's using exactly the same twos.
Yes.
That's but he doesn't know.
The F and the of is exactly the same. So pieces of, he's got the top line isn't connected, and then you do another line. So
it does a swoosh up too.
Yeah.
Cat floof gets everywhere like planted evidence. Thank you for 4 months, the floofy cat. They actually have chain of custody reports. Where? Not in this case. And another thing, I've actually been seeing a lot of this, a lot of talk about this on the YouTube, that all the videos looks better now. I think it's an illusion, because Mo, can you remove your shower curtains?
Or regular curtains. I mean, we're fancy here. I used regular curtains, not shower curtains.
Well, I'm just saying, Bev might. As you can see, it totally changes how it looks. I think most of the reason why we see the videos better this time is, remember, we are not seeing the direct feed on a screen. We are seeing a video screen. So I think a lot of it, why it's the colors are better, is because the lighting is better in the courtroom. They turn off the light. They have the windows kind of covered. So I think that's why a lot of the videos looks better. But then I'm thinking, when we see these videos now, I'm sitting here saying, what the hell? You can't claim that's a blizzard. Why didn't the jury see that last year? Again, is lead paint the main ingredients in breakfast in Massachusetts?
Maybe there's a whole lot of power wires.
I'm thinking
It's like all
so.
over town.
Have we tested the groundwater for hexavalent chromium?
Where's Erin Brockovich when you need her?
It's when we need her. Look, I'll go get a push-up brawl, y'all, but I'm not going to Canton, so gonna have to figure this out.
Except the waterfall is worse. I saw one where it looked better. Last year it was way more whited out, if you can say that. But I think a lot of it has to do with an optical illusion, because there's less light in the courtroom. But that's why I really wish we could get the original videos. I think, imagine what a microdots could do if he had the OG videos. Shower curtains, aka emergency toilet paper. No, because it'll you can't wipe it. There's no traction to it.
Socks
do
are
that.
cheaper.
That's why you have
Okay.
your T-shirt.
They have
Socks are cheaper.
fabric shower curtains you put over the plastic one to look pretty.
Yeah.
I love the blank dead faces. Baker's like, what? I shower outside. I'm single.
Actually, one of the houses I've been looking at has an outdoor shower, so I'm thinking hot tub
Only
streams
an
in my
outdoor
future.
shower? Do they have an
Because
indoor
when I
shower
do
as well?
I'm gonna put up goals. Then I'm gonna do the grifting and put up hot tub when we raise X amount, and then because you need to clean off before you get into the hot tub. So I'm gonna turn into a Twitch e-thought.
Baker, I'm not knocking, your general architectural concepts, but y'all are not on the equator. You are not from a warm land. Why do you have an outside shower you're only going to be able to use like 1 month a year?
Because we're Vikings, winter bathing is a big thing here.
What kind of
And
bathing?
just if you don't like your IQ, go back and watch him try to argue that I don't know anything. Yeah,
Is that how they made the little snowman on Frozen?
Yes. No, Baker. Yes, Baker. No, we actually have it's a kind of new. We stole it from the Finns, but at the popular beaches, you'll now in the wintertime have saunas, so you can just chuck in some money and then it'll heat up, and then you go take a dip in the ocean, go back and sit in the sauna.
All right.
It's really good for you to take cold showers, but I'm saying I want a hot tub, and Valhalla knows where that leads. I'll take a year off, and then I'll come back refreshed.
Refreshed.
Woo! Oh, thank God it's Friday. I don't know if I could take another day of this after
It's
this.
Friday.
Friday.
Ooh. Oh, don't watch the Vikings after season 3.
Yeah, it gets a little weird after season 3.
Yeah,
Still watched it though.
Is that where
I just don't like, and he's actually Danish, the guy who plays Ivar the Boneless, but I think he's such a bad character. He's badly written, and I'm not a big fan of him.
about this Viking show? How many of the men are shirtless, and are we talking like Vikings that
40%.
and sold?
I think you would like the guy who
Mid-blooded.
kind of is Rollo.
Rollo,
The guy
yeah,
who
Rollo,
turns over to the French. I think you would like him. Big, muscly guy with a long beard, and
You had
And I
me
think
at
you-
shirtless, Baker.
I think you see him slinging the
a little bit of
around.
everything. Yeah.
Are they naked saunas? I think you can do what you as long as at my gym it's naked saunas. Of course it is. We're only men in our department. The stream
go.
shower and or the steam room or the sauna is of course naked.
Here you go, ladies. Get you a little Rollo love in your life.
And sold. I'm going to have
No.
to ditch Karen Reed to become a reaction channel for Vikings.
Have to.
It's a look. I need to.
Oh,
take
Mr.
Norse
Rollo, that's a
mythology to
big
everyone.
axe you have. Can I try to swing it?
Wait till he starts speaking French, Mo.
Uh,
Well, it's not real French. It's a bastard
okay.
dialect. Actually, did you
All
know
right.
that French wasn't a language up until, I think, late in the 1800s? There was.
And
you
yet
have
they
to-
managed to make fries. God bless those French.
I actually think fries are Belgian,
I was
French
joking.
fries? You think-
which also wasn't a country until 18
Well,
something.
Belgian fries just sound weird. So the French stole them.
Does he like fluffy married ladies? He marries. She's not. She's quite.
The French
Be
girl?
She
careful
has
how
the
you.
she has the bone structure I like. I don't like it when they rattle. So
You're talking about the
so
French
that's
princess?
yeah. I remember it's been a while since I've seen her. I think she's not like one of those super skinny
Yeah, I'm
chicks.
pretty sure she's pretty petite.
I think she's a fine lady.
I think she's pretty petite.
Lagatha is a total badass. Yeah, she seems really cool. I've seen some
Lagatha
videos
is a
behind the
badass.
scenes, and she seems like a really cool person behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, she's actually in a lot. She's been in a whole lot of movies
I
and
would
shows.
steal a sword. Was she allowed to take a sword home? Because I'd take a sword home. Like, I'm ever invited to be a guest actress on something. Souvenirs, like I'm stuffing napkins in my purse. I'm like, I used to be a star. I'm gonna have my own little shrine to me.
The name of the shop in Frozen is Wandering Oaks Outpost. Is an anagram for naked Norwegian, which is wrong because Frozen is based on the Ice Princess, which is a Danish fairy tale. But I will allow it because back then I think Norway was still part of Denmark, so I'll allow it. Yeah, you have the perfect shirt on for today.
Yes. Ooh. Oh, I don't, I just remembered that my boy children still live with me, so I'd loved a sword, but let's be
In
real.
16 years.
I don't need to explain to the ER more of what happens at our house.
We naked one of our German shepherds, Lagatha. Why do you naked your German shepherd?
Named, I think. I think that was a typo.
Hey, I'm dyslexic. I just read what it says.
Oh, that's not her. That's not her. Dang it. Stupid Google images.
In the UK, you'll be arrested for that, Mo. Not for the theft, for owning it. Yeah.
Okay, except that I binge on UK stuff, UK news, and as long as I can prove that it is historical, and I only keep it in my home for historical purposes, such as knighting people to my cult, I'm pretty sure I can still have it if it's been deemed authentic.
Which would
At
be really
least-
hard if you're just getting it. You would have to have if it's historical value, it has to be
Well, yeah. I
back
mean,
when
look,
people were chucking swords around.
this is purely theoretical. Yes, Yuri, that's how the word is used. And mostly after I become Empress of the Universe.
Someone
This
is having a good
picture
Friday.
will have to work. This picture is going to have to work.
It garnered me a 0 because a kid that grew up in construction could not possibly made a sword out of wood. Yeah, that's I hate stuff like when people are using that.
This is Princess Gisela, the French princess that
That's
Rolo
not the
marries.
one I remember. Am
Well,
I
that's who
missing it?
that's who it is.
Am I mixing
That's
it
a
up
fairly
with
slender person.
She's
but
pretty petite.
I think I'm mixing it up with one of those from the other the Brandenburg, the last kingdom. It's someone who has dark hair. It's not this one. I'm messing it up. But she gets it on their wedding night, and not totally voluntarily.
Well,
Not
it is
the
a
chick
show
from
about
House
Vikings.
KLF. The sword dance. All right. Olivia
Is that the
Wilde
chick
is
from
the chick
House?
from House. That's
I don't
Olivia
think
Wilde.
I've seen House.
I think. What?
House is that
it's
the
great.
one?
With the doctor
Laurel,
in constant pain.
Hugh Laurel.
Hugh
Oh yeah.
Laurie.
I didn't see that.
It's a great show.
It's great. But you know what so I've been watching episodes since I've gotten chronic pain, and I'm like, why is everyone around House such a moron? This is why he's so pissed off. I'm more sympathetic to House now. I'm like, all these idiots trying to talk to him if he's having a bad leg day. Like Justice for House. House did nothing wrong. Can confirm.
Scrubs is good.
Yeah, I like Dr. Cox. Don't watch the 6th and 7th season, but
Yeah, those get weird.
yeah. It's funny, there's the one who comes in to be kind of the female lead. Every time she hits the series, it dies. She's just
Sarah Kalk. Yeah.
no, she's in the original ones. But the one who comes in to take over from Sarah Cork, can't remember her name. But every series I've seen, as soon as she gets a role that's kind of reoccurring, it'll just end in 2 years. I don't know why she's a good actress and everything, but every time I've seen her in the series, it ends within a year. He's still on the stand. We just got to the waterfall bar, and then they were asking for something to be shown, and there was a sidebar, and then we went on break.
Yeah.
Reach is great. I never watched Dexter. I don't know, after I was deployed, I don't like blood and gore that much. I don't know. That blonde, the voice of Wildstyle in the Lego movie.
Elizabeth Banks.
No, not that one.
Banks.
Elizabeth Banks was the voice of Wildstyle in the Lego movie. She's the woman that produced the new female Charlie's Angels. She also plays the weird pink-haired chick from the Hunger Games.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Like a cartoon.
She's a series ender. She's horrible.
She was in what was that movie with Seth Rogen? Something
40-Year-Old Virgin.
Not the movie that I was talking about.
Well, she is in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Is she?
Yeah, she's the one who isn't she the one who masturbates? And
Yeah. In the tub.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was in 2 of the Lego movies. Kirsten Slither, Call Jane, Walk of Shame. What was that damn movie with Seth Rogen where they're making a Schmorno movie? Something in Me Make a Schmorno.
Zach and Mira make a movie.
Yeah.
Or something in So
It wasn't
One
movie though.
Yeah, it's corn.
It's Joe Rogan. Who wants to see that man naked? Not anyone.
Zach and
This
Miri
one.
make a Schmorno.
Every time I see her in a series, it ends right after. And I like her. I think she's a good actress. I can't tell you what her name is. I've seen her in a couple of shows. I can't remember her what her name is, but every time she goes on a show, it ends. But it's not. I'm not blaming her. But look at Zac Efron.
I think that's Zac Efron.
Not Zac Efron.
He looks like it.
That's funny.
Yeah, her.
Yeah, her.
Can't
Whoever
remember her name. She's always playing that a little bit sassy. I like
It's
it.
not Elizabeth Banks.
No, it's not Elizabeth Banks.
That's not Elizabeth Banks. Now, the voice in Wild Style in the Lego movie, which I can confirm is Elizabeth Banks.
So what
Honestly,
is this
none of us
break
are
about?
None of us are sure. None of us are sure.
Well, they did the
Jackson-
morning break and they had to go take some photocopies.
Jackson tried to get
Oh, it's the text messages.
Higgins.
The text messages.
Jackson tried to get Higgins's text messages in through Yuri, and Brennan objected a couple times, and they did a sidebar, and then now we're going to break and making photocopies.
Her name is Eliza Coop.
That's what Livid Pigeon said.
Oh,
Well, I don't read.
Eh.
I'm just. What has she been in? Maybe I'm wrong, and she.
That was her
That's
only
that's not. Is that her?
show of she's ever been in.
Oh, if you guys
What?
want to see something funny, Valhalla, do you want to pull up Hank's IMDb with his glamour shot? For a Friday treat, I managed to unearth
Oh.
this when I was looking to make my puppet, which is under construction because I keep modifying it.
Such a bad picture, y'all.
It's terrible.
All right. First of all, Hank Brennan has an IMDb page, so take that for what it is. And second of all, here's the picture that he's got going on for his IMDb page.
He's cool. He's casual. He has the half zip up. I mean, he's trying to look human. Aw.
Yeah, but he kind of looks like when Mark Zuckerberg's tried to look human.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was good at it. I said he tried. He didn't
You can see the
succeed.
reptilian behind it.
Terrible.
What shows has she been in? She's in Happy Endings, Future Man, which
Giggity.
I don't know what is. Benched, Casual.
Gregory.
I don't know what any of this is.
Well, they do.
Please tell me they have a funner name for their awards.
They do.
The Pokey.
She's been in American Dad.
Really?
Yeah, 3 episodes. But if I go through her TV series, she's done. When did Scrubs end? That ended in 2010 or something like that. She's in Anchorman 2. That's a bad movie.
I don't think I ever watched that one.
Don't. It's really bad.
It's very dumb. Like a lot of Elf and is
She was
Will
in
Ferrell at
Superstores,
his best.
like that one. She was in the
She's
Mindy
in
Project.
Superstore? I didn't like
Yeah,
that
only
one.
2 episodes. And she was in Quantico. Never
Didn't watch
watched
that
it.
either.
Making Babies. Didn't watch that one.
I didn't watch that one.
Rob
I have on
Reichel's
the job
Ski Master
experience.
Academy.
Ski Master Academy.
Hey, she's
No,
probably in a
that-
bikini. I'm
that
here for it.
sounds. Yeah, that sounds like a straight to
No,
VHS sort of video.
It's on at about 11 o'clock on HBO.
Yeah. Right after Red Shoe Diaries on
Hey there,
Skinamax.
Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the
Shut up.
You can actively tell where we are in the week by how much, time we have for humanity. Towards Friday, we're like, screw it.
I don't even
No, but
care
I'm just-
anymore.
I'm just tired
Hates an
because I have
asshole.
to listen to the "Hey, Karen Reed watches. Did you know you can be
And
part
you-
of a
you
class action
bigger.
lawsuit? You can jump in a lake." I do have to say, Hank has a tight suit and tie game. Not gonna lie, it's a shame there's such a moron in those suits. What is it they call them? Empty suits?
Yeah, didn't he have
So-
fancy dancy cuffs on the first day?
Yes.
They did.
Anchorman's
He has a.
two.
My bad. Hank Brennan has his IMDb page because of a documentary about Whitey Bulger. Whitey, United States of America v. James J. Bulger. That's why he has an IMDb page.
Plevin has an IMDb page.
Life goal? Putting it
What,
on
we-
there?
Hank has a good. Yeah, it's his boyfriend.
Hey, if you can hook me up with some.
I'm not one to spread rumors, but apparently he's married, and there's some rumors also out there that I won't be sharing. But think about it. Kevin Lenihan is known for The Beast of Elmdorf, Cold Case File, Andy Puglisi, and Into Thin Air Unexplained Disappearances. All of them for 2022. His masterful book isn't mentioned here.
Ooh, Daddy's Home. What's Daddy's Home?
What the hell? Daddy?
It's a video.
Writers Pia Cook, Kevin Lanahan. A single man wakes up in a strange bed, tied with nylons and wearing a wedding band. The horror is only beginning.
We have to watch this. Marriage is the ultimate horror story.
I can confirm. Wearing a wedding band, the horror has only begun.
Oh, I hope that's safe for YouTube.
It is. Well, I don't know. Brian Nemiroff. What did Plevin do on this one?
I think
I don't
it's
know
just
why he-
related. So this is a person that was linked to another movie that Plevin was in.
Podcast series, it said.
Yeah, but it does. Oh, he was a writer on the series. So they had an episode where the guy talking just sounded like English was his seventh language, and sentences was made by just throwing dices.
Oh, Jen, the couch fairy. No, but now I'm trying to imagine it, which is not helpful, brain.
Go look up Velociraptor. No, Velocipastor.
Velocipastor. He's got little arms.
He's like, bless you, my
you, son.
He's like, come here, get the computer.
It's my
You're
strong
gonna have
hand.
to lean closer to the chalice.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I need a cigarette.
Jen, don't put that evil on us.
I'm gonna need brain bleach.
Hey, Farley. Daddy's Home wasn't. Yeah, that's the one with Mark Wahlberg. Not a good movie. They were trying to catch the other guy magic again, and it didn't work.
Now I'm gonna have to see Velocipaster. It's date night tonight, honey. We're watching
Lamageddon.
Lamageddon and Velocipaster.
What is the sloth horror movie? Can we just? We have time, y'all, because this 30-minute break has now lasted 45 minutes, as always. Oh,
Hello.
so as soon as I start talking, Court will come back. But can we discuss? There's never a bad guy running in horror movies. You never see Freddy Krueger. You never see Jason. You never see any of these people running. How can they catch everyone? Well, Freddy Krueger catches them in their sleep, but you can't have a sloth. I'm gonna kill you in a couple of years.
Well, you always forget that usually they're fighting against teenagers who get confused by boobs and they go down the wrong, they
But it's
split
always the
up and
ones
go
with
into
the boobs that
basements.
die first.
Yeah,
Because
well, that's
they
not.
always run and then they just, I broke my ankle.
Yeah, well, so you don't have to be fast when your prey comes to you, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like Komodo dragons. They don't, they bite their prey and then follow it as it slowly decomposes from the bacteria.
Yeah. Who was it who said that was a myth that they didn't have bad saliva? I think when we brought it up on a Stabby Day, someone
Oh.
talked about it.
I don't know.
This sounds like a movie that you have to be on so many drugs that even Johnny Depp and Hunter S. Thompson couldn't watch it and make anything out of it. No, I think they might be photocopying something, and then they remembered, who has the passcode? Who's connected? Can we do it through the phone because that's the only one connected to the HP?
Bev is like, where's the mimeograph machine? And they're like, Bev, we haven't used a ditto machine in a long time. We have an inkjet now.
Is it true that Koberger's sister was in a slasher movie? I don't know. I don't follow that case that much. I've had Julio on to talk about it, but I don't know much about it. I know there's a lot of things going on right now. Something about a white car, but Karen Reed has been my 2-year project, so I'm not jumping into that pool right now.
No.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The guy with the chainsaw didn't run. He
But he
just
was,
comes
like, 8
walking
feet
through
tall.
doors.
Yeah, you would think in Texas someone would be strapped.
This is the most unlikely part, yeah. Oh, he's coming at me with a chainsaw. I saw a guy in New York who pew-pewed a DoorDash driver. And he was actually pretty good because he was way down the lawn and he just started pew-pewing at him. So, hey, people say you can't pew-pew with a pistol on that distance. No problemo. He put one in the ground to begin with, and then he just started pewing at him. This guy was just lost. Imagine that it's big. You think that he's at the end of, I could understand if it was on your front lawn or in your driveway but nope, I'll just go out pewing at the car because it could be
And
something.
also, at the end of these movies, why do they leave the body unattended? Like, this douche has run away from you like 5 different movies. Who the hell doesn't have like the entire SWAT team, standing there like, I wish a mother effer would,
Yeah.
They're always like, oh, we lost the body. Dun dun dun.
We thought we burned it. Is it true Brian and Nicole are separated? We don't know. I just know they have 2 different addresses listed in the witness list. But they had that at the last trial as well. But I haven't heard that they are anything official. Again, what if any? But they do have 2 different addresses. One is in Canton and the other one is in... I'm not sure, but there are 2 different addresses. But there's also 2 different addresses for Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. 21-foot rule. If you're within 21 feet, you can. This guy was clearly more than 21 feet away. He was out in public road, but apparently that'll land you a 25er. I just watched the Shure trial, and the defense asked for a mistrial because the judge rolled her eyes while the defendant was testifying. Can Karen do that too? She can do whatever she wants, and Bev will rule, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
So that's the big problem, because she should, just that they don't have an evidence log, that there's no chain of custody on 90% of the evidence, should never have been allowed into the case, but she allowed it. What we just saw today, she should reprimand Hank Brennan and tell him, you better get your witness in order, because this is ridiculous. I will hold this against you. If this has been judged, let's go and see how a real judge would handle this one.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Yes.
That's how a real judge would have handled this. But Bev is way too one-sided. Dateline is having a show on Koberger tonight with the new evidence they've discovered. Interesting. But again, I just don't have the mental faculties or capacity to have. If it's 2 small cases, I can run them, or I can run a simple unaliving while I'm having Karen Reed in the background. But there's just too much I have to keep up here to dive into 2 this big cases.
Yeah, there's a lot in that one.
Yeah, and movies would end too soon if they didn't have so many bad decisions. Yeah, hey, let's split up. No, let's not split up. Well, I'm going to go down here. Okay, I'll just check this room. Where did he go? This is how you get in trouble. Have you seen Ma?
No, I have not. I'm not a big horror fan.
I'm an idiot. I had a friend visiting, and they said, "Have you watched this?" And I said, I'm not a big fan of horror, and you know that. Yeah, but I heard it's good. The thing that anyone thought that in 2023 or 4, whenever it was made, it could have happened in America is so ridiculous. And the premise of the case is even worse, or the movie. A girl who was excluded in high school wants to hurt popular people, so she buys them drinks and invites them to her house way out in the boonies and treats them really bad, and they keep coming back. I like to have a beverage, especially when I was a teenager. I'd really like to have a beverage. But go to a house where you're really scared and she pulls a pew-pew on you, and it's such a bad movie.
Yeah, it sounds dumb.
Oh, I'm on the side Coppendapper isn't on.
Yeah.
That pregnant pause should be born by now. Yes.
Just about.
No, I'm just saying, because people are often asking, oh, did you know this, or did you follow that? And that's the good thing about YouTube. There is someone covering it. It's just some of them will not be me, because I had Julio on to try and catch up on some parts of it, and I had more questions when we ended. Not because she didn't do a wonderful job. She's a great communicator, but it's just you have so many. It's another one of those where you say, but this and that and this and that, and there's probably some of it could be explained away, but some of it is kind of sus. But I don't have the time to do it right now, because again, I've been doing this for 2 years, and I'm about up to here right now with Bukkake.
Yeah.
Must be some good sushi in that house. They don't even get sushi, but one of them get branded with an iron for clothes. Iron.
An
The hot thing
iron.
that,
Yeah,
an
that's what
iron
we call-
on his chest. And spoilers, she ends up, because she was in love with one of them's dad, and he's an asshole, and then she knocks him out and
Baker, I'm
puts him
not
in a
trying to
bed,
be
and
an
they burn
ass,
together. It's a really
but
bad movie.
I know how Octavia Spencer looks. And so you're telling me this middle-aged woman who's maybe not the most agile, as we'd say, gazelle-like woman, was able to overpower strong, young, athletic teenagers? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because she's a veterinarian assistant, so she has those magical movie drugs where they just instantly pass out when you give them
Oh,
a needle of it. You know, the ones that they never use in the hospital, because it always takes like 10 minutes to fall asleep before you.
yeah.
Yeah. What? Definitely not worth killed over then. Baker, you need to follow the rich condo boys in Miami. 60 more victims have stepped forward. Notice I didn't say come forward. I don't know what that case is and never heard about it. Thank you for my candy. Mo is I actually have a. Oh.
Ooh, those are pretty good. Pretty
Thank you,
righteous
Marissa.
choice.
These are great. Thank you.
I like the buttered popcorn flavor of Jelly Bellies. Those are my favorite.
I don't like buttered popcorn.
It's
We
a
just
really
get salty.
artificial. It's a really artificial flavor in candy. So I don't even know what they throw together to make it taste like whatever it tastes like.
But we don't put that fake butter on popcorns either in movie theaters.
How
We
do you
just
eat
get
popcorn?
the right way. Just popcorns with salt on it.
I don't know how you live without the amalgamation of oil that is the butter that we put on our things.
Well,
You are unmuted.
Woohoo!
Unmuted.
Half an hour break that lasted an hour. No, I'm not doing it wrong. It's called popcorn nuts, butter covered. Blah. I asked the lady who gave it to me if I could have some and take her on a date. And then I woke up and I really hurt. Because I was there to get my nose fixed again.
So it's back to the session. You may be seated.
Finally.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on.
She always says that, and the jury has to stop believing her.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111.
salty.
There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize? Or
Can you tell me, don't you get really nasty, greasy fingers when you eat that shitty butter on your popcorn?
Baker, have you ever had kettle corn? Because we might not be able to
No.
get you with butter. Kettle corn is the bomb. It's salty and sweet, and it's popcorn. Look, you get gross fingers, but it's just it's just part of going to the movie theater for me.
you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
Redacted.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Is it 114?
Your Honor, may I, with court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
Yes.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I like popcorn a lot.
May I inquire with counsel? Just a second.
Sure.
It's
Okay.
you have those combos as well, right? Where you get
Yes.
the bucket of
May I
popcorn that's
approach one more
bigger than
time,
a
Your
child,
Yes.
and a 1.5 liter soda. You need that for a movie.
Yes.
And you will
Yes, I
get through
do.
that bucket.
May I approach?
Yes. Absolutely.
That's a 90-minute movie
Thank you.
size
Thank you.
cup. You would
Sergeant, could you just
need 5 of
read
those
that
for
briefly?
Lord of the Rings.
Tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
You just bring in your own 2-liter and refill it, Baker.
I've had Parmesan cheese popcorn. That's actually good with fresh Parmesan. Just that's good.
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you?
No, I actually eat a lot of spicy food. I don't know why people don't. Lefty, you come from a place where cheese is the main spice. I know how Michigan is. Don't you put your evil on me, Lefty. I eat more spice than you, but just because I don't like the crazy bland, oh, cottage cheese is such a great invention. No, it's not.
Cottage
It's
cheese is
bland.
gross. I'll give you that.
Lefty likes it because it's cheese. And 95% of his DNA is cheese because he is from Wisconsin.
referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes,
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Yeah, I don't know why. I like that they're bringing up the text messages, but I'm not sure where we're going.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Bev, the rule of completeness says he can read the entire document. What are you doing?
You don't get to decide because this guy has looked at this as part of the investigation. You don't get to decide who can read what and when. You better fucking get grips with what your role is as a judge. You're not there. Remember when you said the defendant has the right to a fair trial? You don't get to decide with all of the bullshit you let in that they can't bring in text messages that he has testified he have read.
Yeah, this is what is going on here. I mean, at some point, this is getting enough eyes on it that I would think that her higher ups would be like, stop making us look terrible.
I think it's someone made a mistake or I read it wrong. It's Paul O'Keefe who's in the suit today, not Mr. O'Keefe. So probably him as the next one. But he has nothing to testify other than, yeah, she called me and came over to the house and I blew her a kiss at the hospital because I'm a dirtbag. Yeah, we can watch 10-second clips constantly, but we can't. What time is it? Why is she laughing? I'm sorry, but I feel really sorry for Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, so
I
I
feel
kind of
like
like to notice the way people are sitting, and there is a big gulf.
Yeah, but I think she's that less known species of Contosaurus. I just see her. Those two people are just pure evil in my book. And this guy's
Again,
sleeping.
when it becomes so noticeable that you are putting the trial in jeopardy, if you can't control yourself, look, I'm going to be real with y'all. If something happened to one of my kids and I truly thought someone had done it, I don't know if I could compose myself. But if it got to the point where I am jeopardizing the trial, I'd take myself out because obviously I can't control myself. So
No, and she's sitting there and playing, oh, I'm so sad. And then she sits there laughing.
yeah, it's just
Serenity,
not a
have
good
a
look.
great birthday dinner with your dad and enjoy all the Turkish food. Turkish food is wonderful. I wish I could. My stomach can't handle falafel, but I love falafel.
What is falafel made of?
Chickpeas.
Okay, that makes sense. It's just a real fun word. I like it.
Yes. Yeah, this is what I say. This is the only guy I feel sorry for. The rest of them, with the way they have behaved, her doing the Zoom bird, I don't like her. Hey, Susan from Wisconsin. She's also made of cheese. Yeah, we can see clips of Karen with no context, but we can't see text messages. Yeah, that's sadly how it is in her court.
Are we now going to have a half day to, authenticate these texts because she's
Then
going to
take
find
a
it
half
anyway?
day. And then she can say, well, while you read this, put your big boy pants on, the one with the pair of stones, and then come back and answer the questions, because it's not Alan Jackson who's wasting the court's time. It's The Witness. Falafel is awesome. I love it, but every time I get it, I'm like Marissa when she gets dairy.
We were we were we were on a Iraqi army base or police base or something for a while, right? We would go out there and make sure they didn't all get overran, basically. And they had like a kitchen area, right? So every day for lunch, they would serve lunch, and we could buy like 2 falafels for $1 or something. It was so good. It was so good.
Yeah. Tastes great. What's the difference between a falafel and a chickpea? Baker has never had a falafel on his face.
That was good. That was really good, actually. I'm proud of you, Lefty. That was good.
I have actually also have falafel on my face.
I'm pretty proud of you for that one, Lefty. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Sometimes he's it's because he's getting close to those 500 subs.
He's getting close. He's getting close. Last I saw, he's only like 13 or 14 away.
He was 12 away the last time I looked.
Woohoo.
And then I was so nice. I redirected people over to him, and now he's saying that I like when the chicks pee on me, which is not true. Falafel and chickpea is not the same thing. It's in my world. I don't speak English.
Yeah, they are.
Can you give me a definition of chickpea?
Falafel is made of either chickpea or fava beans, I think, and then herbs, and then deep fried.
Wait,
I think
are
fava beans
and lima beans?
is American. I don't think we have that here. I think it's chickpea in Europe.
Chickpeas or fava beans mixed with herbs and spices and deep fried into crispy balls or patties.
Thank you, Brandon, for a super sticker of a thumbs up.
Falafel is believed to have originated in Egypt, where it was traditionally made with fava beans.
Okay, so still clarification question. Are fava beans lima beans? Because hard pass.
No.
Oh, okay. Well then I will give
beans.
fava beans a chance.
Why did it?
You should give a falafel a chance because it tastes really
Why?
good.
It's
It's
so-
deep fried.
it's really
What's not to like?
It's really good.
You know, Indiana is the home base of, a rich, thriving falafel community, especially in my
kinda
rural
look-
town.
They kind of look like lima beans a little bit.
That's like saying avocado and guacamole is the same. Well, I don't eat either because there's one of them has avocado in it, the other one has avocado and sour cream. So don't eat none of that.
Sour cream? You put sour cream in your guacamole?
I don't know. I don't eat it. Baker, you would have 6,000 views if you agreed to give away a Yugo every year. Where would I find a Yugo? I would have to go to a junkyard to find a Yugo.
Same place they keep the Edsols.
I don't know. I haven't seen a Yugo in many years. It's a weird little car. Kind of looked like a Fiat 12.7, but just with a 2-stroke engine and made with thinner metal.
2-stroke engine.
There's no sour cream in guacamole. How would I know? I don't eat it.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard you say when it comes to food. Sour cream in guacamole. Give peas a chance. Agreed, Zach. Agreed.
I never had a shrimp toast. I have shrimp cheese. And
On toast.
No, you don't toast the bread when you put shrimps on it. You need it to be a fresh white bread. We call that French bread in Denmark. But you don't toast it.
We have French bread and white bread. Those are 2 different breads.
Thank you, Serenative. Turkish falafel are made with chickpeas. Marissa will now say she's sorry because she's wrong.
What? What are you all saying? This is crazy talk, Fed.
Confused.
What is happening in Europe? You guys are doing things wrong. Zach Pisa Snot. R snot, maybe? I'm taking it that M doesn't like. Oh, she did say R. Good. I'm taking it you don't like peas. It's weird. Baker keeps sending me pictures of shrimp cheese, and it's just weird.
Is that
just
the
a
one
really
where you?
it's a really salty. It's more like a spread than a cheese, but it's really salty. And then with as we normally say, there's as many shrimps in that as there's shrimps. There's as many of something like there's shrimps in shrimp cheese, because mostly it's just pink macaroni to make it look like shrimps. Means there's not a lot of it. Another Danish saying that makes perfectly sense. But it's good. Put it on the only good thing Sweden ever produced, knäckebröd, is a very dry piece of bread thingy that you can put this on and you'll eat, and it tastes good. But that's the only
So it's
thing I
more
would
salty flavored. Have y'all ever heard of the miracle that is peanut butter? I mean, I know it's an American thing, but it's really,
No, but
really
you
good.
need the salty. You can't eat the sweet all the time. You need the salty. That's why licorice is good.
Tell that to the expert.
Have you met the expert?
He lives off of sugar. I've never
He
seen
lives
anything
off
quite
of
like
sugar, and he's awake 2 hours a day.
But those 2 hours are full of fun.
Yeah. I hereby officially declare you the bread Yahtzee. Thank you, Brandon.
Hey,
Jemima, this is what you get when you are on a commentary channel instead of watching it on. Imagine sitting on Lawn and Crim right now and just sit in chat. She's guilty. Here, at least, you will learn about the lovely culinary dishes of Denmark
and
Like-
Egypt, apparently.
Cheese made out of shrimps.
Peanut butter is absolutely awful. Yeah, it leaves a weird coating in your mouth.
It's peanut butter. Who doesn't like peanut butter?
Normal
Especially,
people.
you know, a
I don't
Reese
know.
cup.
I don't know where you get your information, but fabric softeners, I think most Europeans use those all the time.
Okay, then what is Europeans' issue with deodorant? Why must you not use that?
I think we per capita produce more deodorant than Americans.
Produce,
Produce,
but
not use, Yuri.
That's sad.
No, you're talking about the old. Actually, I have been to France where I met a young lady who smelled really of BO. So I thought this was but most Europeans you will meet will be wearing a little bit of a little spitsy spits, and we do shower now and again.
Occasionally.
Well, now you have outdoor showers and indoor showers. Things are gonna change. Things are looking up for Europe.
No, you put the shrimp in the cheese. You don't make shrimp cheese. and
Same way you milk an almond.
Yeah, I've never heard that we don't use deodorant. Most people will do the roll on under the arms with the neutral one, so you don't smell, and then a little.
While we're on the subject of European
of urinal,
hygiene, why do European women not shave their armpits? What is going on with that?
I've met. Well, actually, one of the Zumba instructors doesn't, but everyone does it.
Jurist.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that.
Yeah, you better watch your mouth now.
Going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Don't you do the same thing you did yesterday, where you had to come back and say sorry?
I have two instructions
Remember,
for
Beth,
you folks.
DOJ
First
is watching you.
As I've told you before,
Look at this smug idiot.
before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or
mentally going over his
created or
resume.
transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided.
I don't know why this is a different instructions, kind of the same, but not the same.
To the Mass State Police for their investigation.
Those are the instructions. Yes.
All right,
Okay,
with that,
pause.
Ms. Jackson, go right ahead.
The
That was
last
a
time
weird
she gave this instruction, she did not give a limiting pre-qualifier. In other words, she did not give a stipulation at the beginning, her first, instruction that only if you find that so-and-so and so-and-so made these texts. Now, these were for, I think, the group text. If you get past that hurdle, then you can consider them evidence. She did not read that statement with the group text for Jen McCabe. She is adding an extra, an additional qualifier, an additional hurdle that the jury has to go through in order to consider these.
I would assume that that's because Brennan requested it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Only good thing about Sweden is ABBA. I hate peanut butter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Inspire, for
do you have a document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
Thank you, Em.
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark.
This is why she gave the instruction that they have to determine if it is from Karen Reed. It's not being not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just
okay. Thank you.
So this is a rank hearsay. He would need Higgins to read these.
I would disagree that this is hearsay.
It is because it's two people. You can read her part because she's a party opponent, but again, he didn't.
Right, but these are work documents, though. These are products.
It'll still be qualified as I can't write you a letter and then we can impeach Mo with them. It'll still be hearsay. If I wrote you Mo killed her first husband, I know this. You couldn't bring that up in court as the truth of the matter asserted. It's just technicalities, but it's not being offered as the truth of the matter, so it doesn't mean anything.
Followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver, and appears to be a package store cooler. Followed by a YO response, and that is it for January 20th.
We don't know. This is potentially to get in front of Hickey if Hickey comes in. Hank would really love to bring this up first to give the shock to the jury. They are ripping off the Band-Aid to show Karen Reed, yes, did go look for attention, but it wasn't anything. I think it's a good thing to get it in there before Higgins is there, because last year it came kind of as a surprise for the most of us. So I think it's a good thing to get ahead of it before it's Higgins. It's hearsay and party opponent doesn't work because it's AJ bringing it in. They are using it to show they have information that could point to the second potential suspect in Higgins. Thank you, Jemima.
Thank you.
12th,
Thank you.
Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Okay. Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message.
Don't say acknowledgement.
By Brian Higgins.
Just read the text.
The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, he's doing it on purpose. I hate him. I hate him.
hate it so much. No, you know what? No, you're not doing it on purpose.
I did a
You're
good thing.
no.
I got him. I showed him.
He's like, how does I read good?
I'm sorry, I took my earbuds. I hate these text messages. It's just so cringe, especially when a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice. Ha 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 ha.
He's doing it because you know it's going to bother Bev, and Bev's going to say, "Let's move along."
Why did they go to sidebar? I plugged my earbuds out, so
because he's reading like he's illiterate.
Baker, go back about 30 seconds and listen to Yuri attempt to read like he has full blown.
Even Carrie has it. Pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Look at him. Look at his stupid. Ugh. Smug.
I actually don't know.
I'm sorry. Make of that dog. easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that this document here.
Oh, so
and also to make it a little bit easier for everybody.
I actually like this. She's annoyed at him. And now she wants it up there so they can read it and don't have him editorialize what's in there.
Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an
He has a Ukrainian accent. It's way different.
agreement with that, Council?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, your text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it.
This is good.
I actually don't know if Carrie does. It felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. We're just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night?
Question.
Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad?
Question.
BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work?
Question.
I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Followed river rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so?
Question.
You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together.
Question.
That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
Liar.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out?
Question.
Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats?
Question.
Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely.
Question.
Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House.
That's it.
You went on last night?
Back up for a second. What time was that?
Just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated. Could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles?
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33
14th, you
p.m.
liar.
But,
He said the wrong date.
but
And again,
is
we didn't have all of these last time.
this doesn't seem flirty to me. That sounds like they were trying to make sure Brian had a friend. Now, if it transitions into, but she seems like she's trying to just see how he is as a person. And he's like, "Who are you? What are you talking about? Circle of trust. You are not the international mystery man of mystery, sir."
He was on the president's helicopter detail.
That's Buchnick. This is Higgins.
Oh,
Higgins
yeah,
was
that's right.
doing what with the ATF? Trying to stay away from dogs he didn't have to unalive?
Well, Farley is a little bit moist now.
Well, these are increasing the level of my cringe tumor that this trial has already given me. So I'm glad we have other objective eyes.
I'm just I have to pull my plug. I hate it's always so cringe when people are talking in text and you have to read it in court. It's ugh. But yeah, I don't know. But poor Bob Clinton.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there?
I like that they are putting in all of this because that shows a totally different side than last time too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Karen
Blue-
seems
Blue-
like the reasonable one. She's not making fun. She's like, okay, yeah, his breath stinks, but he's a nice person.
Yeah,
And he's
Blue-
like, he's an
Blue is-
idiot who doesn't know it.
Blue is Higgins. Sebastian's asking. Blue is Higgins. Moist TD, moist o'clock. Thank you, Brent.
Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want.
Yeah, now we get into the flirtatious. You're hot. The feeling's mutual.
Ew.
He has less game than I have, and I have none.
Are they at John's house right now with these texts?
I think maybe.
You don't. Are you okay to drive? You don't want to stay here? Is this the night that he came over? So they're texting like this while John's at the house.
Yeah, this is flirty.
This last batch.
Yeah, but this will go real cold real fast when she finds out who he is.
To stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that?
Also,
because this is so out of left field.
She's concerned with how
Where
drunk
did
he
these
is. But
feelings
he's like,
come from?
I'm going to go to the PD
I just
and
think you're
sleep
like
it
me.
off.
Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps.
Burn.
Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in.
988 is being overwhelmed right now. I am dying from cringe.
Let's go.
I know. I can't.
I don't
can't
know
with
what this is a reference to.
Emergency self-crisis hotline.
Oh. This is even worse than when Higgins had to read this, because this is horrendously cringe.
Okay.
I'm actually really glad that Yuri has to read these. Get wrecked, Yuri.
Yeah.
Oh, this is punishing all of us for Yuri being a dick, and I don't like that.
Nah, I think Yuri's got some egg on his face over all this. I don't think he's enjoying this either, and that makes me happy. Just to know how uncomfortable he must be in this moment.
You're right. I need to look on the bright side. How much is this hurting Yuri to read?
I actually put a thumbs up in Ashley's DMs yesterday. You know what that mean, girl. That's well, after I said I just had to check it if it was okay. I made fun of her glory hole. Not her glory hole, a glory hole.
Wait, what?
Sorry. I didn't get we didn't. That's not why I put my thumbs up.
Or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. I hate when we get this, because this again was never meant to be read in public court, and you will slack on someone. You should see the text me and Mo has about Valhalla. Taken out of context, it seems like we like him. But
context matters, folks. Context matters.
This is worse than reading Sergeant Dumb's texts. At least there was a little spice in those. Thank you, Sammy.
Terrible.
Like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet.
Oh,
I've been very
I just
sick.
threw up in my
I
mouth
had
a
colon
little
cancer
bit.
and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal.
On the table.
Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
So everyone is always drunk,
Yeah.
and he's drinking Hennessy. Didn't he only drink Jameson and ginger?
What am I? This is like two of the most confusing people trying to have a conversation. How is he? I thought he was an observant special agent with, observational powers of Sherlock Holmes. This woman is trying to jump your bone. She asked you to stay over the night like 19 times. And you're like, why do you keep tolling me? Well, if you need to
Well,
have the game explained to you, sir, I don't understand how you're going to ever win at a double or single or even get a home run.
well, that's the same. If I was ever sent a nude photos, I would probably see. No, I don't see any melanoma on your skin. It looks fine. That's peak game. He wants Sunday roast weekdays on the couch, sleeping, and walks to the pub. And he likes frolicking by the sea. Maybe she's trolling him. I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, she has a bad taste in men. That's. I said this last year. Yep. Was she faithful? No. Was she out looking for a little confirmation? Yeah. Has it happened before? Mm-hmm. Is it okay? Nah, I think if you want to be unfaithful, just break up. But this is really setting up a third-party culprit investigation that should have happened. So, because his next question, so you have all of these flirtatious texts, and you didn't look into Higgins. Why is that? Yeah, I do have my FBI T-shirt, female body inspector. Yeah, I think she wanted a little confirmation after that night in Aruba where she thought John had kissed a very young girl, well, very young, 25-year-old. I think, and it happens, we all get a little insecure and want someone else to find us attractive. And
Yeah,
but why would you want Brian Higgins to find you attractive?
that is
Find
a
a
question.
strapping young firefighter or something. I don't know. But I'm going to open a bar in Canton and become a millionaire.
Pretty much. Danny T.
I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to?
How stupid are you? What's on tap? What does that mean?
Oh my gosh.
Can you give me a Webster's dictionary of urban sayings?
Oh,
Drunk
Baker,
college
won't
girls in
Bev,
Canton, Baker. Well, as long as they pay for their drinks, I don't care.
can Bev Mercy undo this morning so we can go get some food and fuel up for hours more of this way Butnick reads?
Can she just, when we're done, saying, this is so cringe, I'll give you the afternoon off. No one should sit through this.
Can one of the jurors pretend they're having a migraine and we have to end the day? I mean, jurors, you're going to have to start doing some of this work on your own. Bev's laziness will not get you through.
I wish she was as lazy as the last time.
I know.
Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink.
Hey girl, you want to hang with me at my cave house? In front of the fire, sipping a drink. Just, we can drive there in my penis enlarging sports car because I have no game. So I'm going to try and say to a woman who owns 2 houses and has a lot of money that I have a cave house.
Who is Julie McCoy also?
I don't know. I just know that, like my belly button, my Audi has turned to an innie below the belt.
I have officially gone into nun status, and usually I have a Blanche from, the Golden Girls kind of libido, but I have officially become a nun
Yeah.
after this.
Mr. Mo will not enter this house anymore.
Mr. Mo is going to be like, screw you, Higgins.
Dave.
Yeah, maybe there's a. By the way, can you get rid of him in there somewhere?
Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day?
Can you stop saying haha when she just says, I know I was more Brady Bunch? Both of those shows are horrible. But don't answer everything with haha, you're not a 15-year-old girl.
When is he going to get to the part about Red Zinfandel and pizza casserole? Because I'm done. I need to know when we're going to get there.
I'm just, everyone who comes up to me in Dollywood and say, hey, Baker, nice to meet you. I'm just going to walk off.
It's not funny when you hear it all day. It's like, no.
But every text it's not cute. And men are not supposed to be cute. We're supposed to say, oh, you like the Brady Bunch? Well, I'll Marsha Brady you all day.
Pretty much. That's what we women want to hear.
Who's Marsha Brady? I just know the name.
She was from the Brady Bunch. She was the oldest daughter in the Brady Bunch, typically the very pretty one.
The chick from Dodgeball.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, Julie McCoy from Love Boat. Why is he talking about her? He has an 80s sitcom fantasy. Maybe he does. But she's 42. She's 45 years old now, so she was born in the 80s. There is a distinct lack of suasion.
Distinct.
Yeah. Has he thought about becoming a priest? The conclave just happened. He could be pope in the next couple of years.
Higgins has that vibe that he tries on pantyhose and walks around his cape house at night. Yeah, because he likes how they feel.
It's not because his mama told him not to.
No. The high heels is just so he can get in touch with himself.
26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals tadpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Uh-huh. Why am I?
That better be a JMO and Ginger.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey?
Now, I don't know much about Yank ladies, but I'm pretty sure the moist machine doesn't turn on just because you sent them a picture of Jameson.
To be fair, sending me a picture of booze would probably get you, well, into my pants faster than seeing a picture of your schmeckle.
Why did I just send a group chat? Well, sorry, ladies. I will now go find a whiskey.
Whiskey. Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do?
Why the hell is he making a Jameson
years
Shirley
old and a
Temple?
girl?
The name of, like, I know very little about booze, but I think Legal Vices is now turning in his just Legal Vices yelling at us from heaven. What is going on?
You drink Jameson, which I don't drink it that much, which is, I think, a kind of flavorful whiskey, and then you chuck in a cherry because you like it sweet, or what?
Jameson's an Irish whiskey, by the way.
Yeah, they are normally a little smoky.
I like Jameson.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I like bourbon instead. And then you chuck in a cherry to make it sweet. You know, you can just buy some what's it called, Old Smoky moonshine with cherry flavor.
That's true. You can actually get Old Smoky cherries.
Ooh.
I actually have a bottle of that, and it's really good with Dr. Pepper in it.
Oh yeah, that'd be delicious.
Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually... but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please.
It's a perk.
I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Ew.
Babe.
What is going on here?
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. Excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. But that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
That's my next t-shirt. You have no impact on my thong.
I think I try my best to do the right thing by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4.
We're still at the Brady Bunch. He's been reading for 10 minutes.
This is never going to end, is it?
Oh, a really bad Hallmark movie.
This is like the straight to VHS Hallmark movie.
This is really bad. Can we just get to the part where they clipped out all of the stuff and just made her look like she was out trolling?
Oh. And 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day? I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that. And
so he has a vasectomy.
I am all of that in a bag of chips. Why did he not? That was a perfect time to use. I'm all that in a bag of chips, and he just blew it.
Jeepers Christ.
More. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I'm aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good.
Oh, Higgins is trying to bang his girlfriend, but he's mad that he was talking shit.
Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me.
This is what we do, ladies. We'll talk shit to you because we think that turns you on. Because we've learned that we have to dig at you so you feel low self-esteem. Then it works.
Oh,
But
gosh.
she doesn't seem that into him anymore.
No.
And now she's going to ask if he's single.
I am so. These two make no sense. Brian Higgins has the emotional depth of a puddle in Arizona. And Karen seems to be confused. They don't seem to be talking to each other. You want to bang? What are you making fun of me? No, I think you're attractive. Are you sure you're not playing with me? At this point, if I'm Karen, just to stop the conversation, I'm like, yeah, no, this was all a joke.
Yeah.
It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs. And we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved. They get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame, but I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great.
Hey, Baker.
I don't need your
Can you
drama,
pause
dude.
for a second?
No, it's fine. Seriously? I'm serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not.
So
OMG.
Valhalla,
I almost.
as a
was a
grown-up
packet.
man, how many times do you use OMG in your texting?
Not nearly this often.
Because I think
can
I have
safely say that.
counted 15 from him thus far.
Oh my God.
OMG.
You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are. Oh, Bruins.
I have no idea what that means.
It's the Boston Bruins. It's a hockey team. But it's just so
Anyway,
random.
duh. On there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and Gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree.
Gay Jeff. No, screw this. I want to hear Gay
well,
Jeff's
funny.
story.
So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you.
You know,
details.
I
hate people.
I've found that if you have to tell people that you're a lot of fun, chances are you aren't, in fact, a lot of fun.
He is funner than a bag of Fraggles.
I think I will go sterile just listening to this.
I just want to hear more about Gay Jeff.
Yeah, I miss Gay Jeff now. And again, if you're looking for confirmation, just say it. And instead of doing this, I'm fun. Oh, you want this? I want that. Can you just ask? I have 3 inches on a good day, and I'm happy to give it to you.
Okay, 90s ladies, you'll get this, but this is like The Nanny. It took them 7 damn seasons to get together, and by the end of it, you were just like, either they get married or you blow everyone up with an asteroid. It's the most awkward dance of seduction I've ever seen, and I'm from Indiana, where we don't even know if we're marrying our cousins.
Mo Green yells, "Oh, Bruins with his wife." Oh my! Oh my! Now Marissa's mad.
Told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing.
Pretty much, yes. That's what we do after we're blessed by our priest.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out.
She doesn't want anything. She wants confirmation. She's just there to suck a little bit of confirmation out of you so she can go back to her boyfriend who she felt she... Have you ever been in high school where the hot chick was dating the quarterback and the quarterback was getting a little too much attention from the cheerleader? So she started hanging out with the math nerd. You are the math nerd. And the math nerd will be able to help her with her equations, but never stipulate to the fact that he found out the Pythagoras of her. Carry on.
You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG Oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you. Rarely. So you're a quitter. A realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him.
Who's Melissa?
That doesn't mean she wants to.
I have no idea.
Bang me. He's self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink. So I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt.
Having a man called Bukaki read came all over me. Finally, something funny in this. Oh, this has been horrible.
Jesus, I hate this so much. I love romance novels, and this is making me want to firmly abolish human procreation.
You couldn't even put Fabio on the cover of this novel and make you read it.
No. This is, and I didn't think I'd say that, this is worse than Chad Dorkbell's Mormon Momance.
You know what I want
romance
to
of
do
heavy
tonight?
grinding.
More than anything in the world, I want to go to the hillside tonight and watch everybody hate each other after all these text messages get read.
Yeah.
It was 3:30 a.m.
It's going to be a quiet night, y'all.
It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right, Now asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because because you wouldn't have made me stay. Lock me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with
Ew.
anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you
I'm
wanted
actually
me,
shocked he got that
TK,
word.
stay in? You said like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird.
Hey, Karen, girl, hit me up.
Same.
Yeah.
Same, Karen. I'm willing to accept your parameters.
No spoon.
No spoons.
No comps at Hillside, so let's go to the waterfall. What's comps?
I guess,
Competition.
or maybe cops get free drinks, like complimentary drinks.
I think when Karen was using it, she was talking about competition, meaning that there wasn't many attractive women at the Hillside.
Oh.
I think that's what she meant. I could have misunderstood her.
Yeah, I think she had her own room. That's how I understood what he read. But the no spooning thing had me at hello.
You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured your shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat.
Why would you
told
correct
Seth,
that?
I think you're hot. And since
I'll
You
have
are
know
in
I
fact
was-
you are in fact an Army vet. You may also be a combat vet, but she wasn't incorrect. Like, why?
Yeah.
You're such an ass. You're such an ass, bro.
And
Because
he was behind the fences. He was a guy in an office. Let's be real.
Oh, I'm sure.
No,
He's probably a
no,
mechanic.
no. This is the guy who wrote security and the convoys that Plevin claimed that was that's why he went into the ATF, because he got really into planning.
Oh, you're right. You're
That's
right. He got
Plevin's.
into logisticals.
That doesn't mean anything. It depends what his
He
job
wrote
was.
he wrote convoy security in Iraq, so that's why he got his love for planning stuff. Yeah,
I wonder
planning.
what his MOS was.
No one has less responsibility than those. Hey, look left or look right.
told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words.
Can you stop arguing till after you had smacks?
I know they're arguing like a married couple and they haven't even gotten to second base.
At least just the tip before you start acting like,
Oh my
I don't
God,
like
their
your
foreplay
tone.
is exhausting.
What tone? You know what I mean, but I didn't say anything. No, but you were thinking it. Oh.
I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your...
I don't know what the emojis are in the bottom and how it comes there. I don't have an iPhone, but remember, this is what Brian Higgins extracted from his phones and turned in before destroying it, with the help of an FBI agent using government material, which is illegal, and he hasn't been fired.
Questions. It's actually simple.
That's
What do you
me
want
too.
from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all.
Do I need to go to Urban Dictionary to find out what giving a girl the Heisman is?
Isn't that when you have your arm locked out in front of you to keep people away as you're trying to run with the hand egg to the other touchdown place?
Urban Dictionary. Oh, it's the brush off. Stiff arm. Thank you. Cultural
Why would you say
differences,
that?
you know.
Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you?
Ew.
Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because
The Heisman is something you auction off to pay legal bills after your wife and her boyfriend end up in a pool of red liquid. Oh, that's an OJ joke. I got it. Mo talking sports ball sounds like me talking about sports balls. But still, it's the most sexy we have had since these text messages has begun.
Oh, this is like, I want them to get divorced already. They are.
Yeah, think of the kids and just get a divorce.
I'm like, I'm okay with 2 Christmases. Mom and dad split up because you two just cannot function. Can you imagine them trying to figure out whether they wanted to go to dinner when they did finally hook up? They would both starve to death.
I want Taco Bell. Oh, is it a dig at me or something?
No, I just want Taco Bell. Oh, okay, all the games again. All right, I guess you're just playing games with me. No, I just want a taco. Okay, I guess I'll just leave you alone. It's like Eeyore. If Eeyore had no ability to garner sympathy.
If he was desperately trying to hook up with a lady who is... Does she need to send him a naked picture before he gets it? I don't know.
I don't know, because I don't know what she wants from him, because she's all vague and like, are you going to come over? And then it's complicated. And then they both annoy me. Look, I both of them are adjudicated guilty in making Mo mad.
Stacy LeBruno, these texts can be used as birth control. Yep.
Yes. All this workup for 30 seconds of nothing. Damn.
Most annoying foreplay ever.
Yes.
you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure, you could have done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me, last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now.
Trips.
Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet.
Jason, JJJ.
Loin fire is better. Loin fire is better.
Fire is better. You get to think about the amount of friction that was caused as they were, grinding furiously against each other, fully clothed.
Blisters.
Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Jeez, that's fresh.
Oh,
So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. They'll celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight.
The Tuck Rule?
I think that is if you argue with someone who doesn't get a hint, you get a dry hand job, which is called a tuck.
Oh.
No, that's a
well,
tug.
That sounds...
That's a
tug. Oh, sorry. It's my accent.
Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m.
She kind of ghosts him on the 23rd, I think.
Yeah.
I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton. Back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over to mine? I'm okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
Oh, poor Brian.
None of that is true.
Oh, he wants reassurance now,
I'm not
too.
talking to any
They're
other
both
guys,
needy,
and I have
whiny
issues with John. And
butts.
things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true.
Oh my God, you're both Sagittariuses. Shut up, get down
Have
to
a good
it,
night.
and then
You're
leave us
clearly
alone.
irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go.
In the actual hell.
Jesus.
Does he think he's texting with doink? No, I wear a shoelace.
I hate this so much.
If you could say, "Hey girl, you wear belts?" Yeah, I do. Why? Well, I have a bedpost, and I could use that bed for something fun, if you know what I mean. Get a little frisky.
Okay.
And you can sit on it and spin.
Baker, how much do
There's a
you think
reason I'm
Jackson
single.
is enjoying the fact that both Bev, like, we are getting collateral damage, but can you imagine Bev's face? Like, we need to see Bev's face while we're reading.
Yeah, why couldn't he just stipulate that, yeah, they had a flirty relationship? Why did we have to go through this?
I'm glad he didn't. Because I'm glad these all got to come in, and I'm glad that Yuri had to read them all. I really am. It makes me happy.
It does. The fact that it's hurting him, but it still hurts us, Val. It still hurts us.
I'm okay with that. I will take some pain. I am good at self-sacrificing. I will fall on this sword. You all are coming with me, though. Sorry.
Melanie K says they're awkward because they're kings mismatch. She's a brat, he's a sub. Yeah,
So
he
they
is
need
a
to
sub.
switch.
Yeah, but maybe she can switch him with the belt. That's why he asked. He wanted his big white booty wrapped a few times.
Well, there goes my libido. Hopefully it'll come back one day.
Well, if
Fly,
you put a little
bird.
cream on
Be
it
safe.
first, it won't leave so many red marks.
Went to the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home. Haha.
These texts are like, my lord, you don't drink it because you like it. You drink it because you want to see the pain on someone else's face. I don't mind it.
True.
What is the proper pair for a brat and a dom? I don't know.
Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink.
By Mo.
You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper.
You had to sound that one out a little bit.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Good catch, JBH.
At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want it, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Send me a pic of you two. I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I'm a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will you? My shit is spotless. I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30 is
So
just too
he's
late?
a
For what?
cannibal.
Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Ball is in your court.
Giggity. Giggity. At least he got a little bit fresh.
Yeah.
With balls in your court.
Well, his ish
better
is
than balls,
tight
please.
and squared away. Karen couldn't handle him for longer than 30 seconds. But gratefully, that's all he can give. But ching.
Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I'm up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address?
Right there,
yeah.
Jimmy.
We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. All right. That repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha.
Oh my God, this is so annoying.
Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No
Lunch
pressure.
is
Just give
coming
me an
up.
address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's the W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. And then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Current sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha.
Let's just remind us, this is an HEF agent who starts every day by saying, I need a drink.
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
He has to do testing. If he didn't know all of the booze, how would he be a good ATF agent?
He only drinks JMO and gingers.
Sadly, they didn't have Smex. She just came over, had a drink, and left again.
According to
I don't have a
Brian
problem.
Higgins,
Kidding.
they didn't have
I
sex.
know. Good riddance.
So he did get into the end zone.
I'm telling you. I think he lied.
Oh, my.
Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd.
Oh, we're almost done. Thank
9:40
God.
p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right, lights, please.
Right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Like to
He didn't give a time. Probably going to be the normal 45 minutes, and it was right at 1
Yeah.
o'clock, so... well, I'll be back at 1:40.
Yeah.
Never have I, even if he did get to rattle the tadpole, he didn't shake her world because she ghosted him harder than an iceberg after that. Oh my God.
Ghosted harder than an iceberg? Is that another Danish?
Yeah, I was
thing?
trying to say because in Danish I would have said the inland ice on Greenland, but I'm not sure you know what the inland ice is in Greenland.
It's like a glacier, right?
Well, it's where glaciers come from. It's 3 kilometers of ice.
Oh,
So in depth, I have to say that because Higgins has a weird spatial thing where it's 10 by 10 by 3. I'm thinking they dug into the 3 feet into the ground.
not Higgins, Yuri.
Yes, Yuri. Sorry.
He checked the air 3 feet above the ground is what he did. He was looking in the air.
Yeah, maybe she did. Went home, called Coco, and said, "Are all cops this bad?"
Ugh.
Imagine talking about rattling a tuna can for that long. One go and then straight ghosted. Yeah, I'm just saying 6 inches.
It was cold outside, Baker. It was cold. It was a blizzard.
Yeah, no
was in the
impact on
pool.
her song.
He was in the pool.
It's a grower, not a shower.
Has Steven changed his name again? So I'm because then when people put it in and say he had no input on my thong, I'm thinking, oh, Shore Life made a joke, but someone has changed their name again.
Outstanding.
Yes. Yes. Do you have no impact on my thong?
It was Steven. Good job,
Yes.
Steven. That one's a good one. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Can we just go? I don't want to talk about those text messages. They're stupid. Brian Higgins is like the lamest dude on the planet.
She could have sent him pictures that only her gynecologist have ever seen before, and he would still be. It looks like you need a pap smear.
What do you want from me?
Why are you playing all these games? OMG.
Two big arrows pointing at it and say open for business, and he's just.
So what do you want?
Are you
Why'd you
trying
reach
to
out to
say
me?
something?
Oh my God.
Can you please explain the objective of this process? Getting ahead of the Commonwealth trying to put in that Karen Reed was a flirt girl, where they chopped up all the messages last time. Now we spent an hour getting lulled to sleep about the worst pickup game in history. And according to Jess Mercado, the only one who has really reacted to this is Gretchen Voss. Yeah, her gynecologist.
We could have people giving out Yelp reviews, and this man would still be like, "Do you want to hang out with me?"
Higgins would say, "Uh-huh."
Bite me.
Yeah, no, at least I hate both players and the game.
True.
Same.
I hate the players and the game in this particular sports ball match of love.
Is it over? Has the pain stopped? I can't
No,
wait
it's
for the
residual.
questioning.
Yeah, the texts
$5
are over. Now we get to make Yuri look stupid.
Yeah, why didn't you look into this guy who had peak game?
Chicky fuck.
Imagine being. He has to go to work tomorrow. No, it's Saturday, but he has to go to work again. He has to go to all the bars he hangs out in where he shit talked everyone coming there. Let's do. Can you go around Canton tonight? Just film all of those hangout places where these guys come and where you can just see 5 tables of this.
Everybody's all pissed off. Everybody's pissed off their wives because they're all texting Brian Higgins somehow.
Yeah. Karen Reed 3.0. I'm not watching that because imagine more text coming in.
Oh God, no, I can't. I can't be put through more of this.
Yeah, imagine watching this without commentary. Whew.
Oh God.
Yeah, what's Rico's gonna be like? You're a good cop, right? You served in the Marines. You had a snappy uniform. Can we get a picture of you in uniform? Can you please leave?
Yeah, and Higgin or Proctor wasn't a leader. You guys just like assign those people, and then all of you are the chiefs.
Isn't Higgins the one that Bev said could not be suggested? No, that was Colon.
Colon's I think he was
Colon.
19 at the
Put
time.
some respect on his name.
Colon. My bad. Colon.
20 minutes, roughly. We'll be back.
I'm so hungry.
Ladies, be more obvious. Guys, be more astute. Because if I'm going to cover your case and I have to sit through this again, I will dig you up and do horrible, horrible things to people.
Jen! Miss Reeds?
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.